Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Thursday, June the 11th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Can I get a quick sound check, please? All right, well, guys, we're in for it today. Look at the SPY. That's a big gap down. We haven't seen a gap down like this since, I guess, March these days. So a big gap down so far for the SPY. And all the flyers from 3 days ago, literally the flyers like the airlines, cruisers, energy, everything is down today. However, there is one sector that is up, and there are a lot of China stocks that are up right now. Just give me a moment here, please. Just want to. I've got so much going on in my earphones. It's amazing. Lots of gap downs, huge gap downs here. Lots and lots of gap downs. Just give me a second here. Okay, so there are a lot of China stocks that are up. A lot of China education stocks are up. WAFU, that's a crazy one. Only 1 million in the float. This, it's already up 395%. Got as high as $16 in the pre-market. Obviously, keep an eye on it, but it'll be risky like anything. Give me a second here, just rearranging something in my other monitor. AMBO is another one. Again, there are a lot of China education stocks. AMBO, obviously not as low a float, 17 million in the float. I think TEDU, another one. So just keep an eye on, and China in general. I think the reason, if I can read this correctly, is that all the hysteria that all the China stocks were going to be delisted, and a little bit of calmness has come over that now. I don't think that's going to happen, and I think that's what's happening with a lot of these China stocks. I think there was an IPO. ATIF, another one, ATIF. I'm not sure if this is education or not, investment advice, but it is China. Other than China, Grub. Probably you're aware of what happened with Grub yesterday. So they're looking to merge with a European counterpart. And the Uber talks are off. And that has caused Uber to slide quite a bit this morning. A lot of volume for it. 500,000 shares already. So Uber is sliding on that news. Now, this could be interesting. I mean, look at the headline on this. NK, cancer. And also studies in collaboration with the Nasser Cancer Institute demonstrating enhanced killing activity of first-in-class natural killer cell across every cancer cell, etc. So anyway, that is a very eye-catching headline, of course. Relatively low float, 28 million in the float, and that is for NK. Keep an eye on ACB, guys. Take a look at where ACB is right here. In fact, it's just it's already gapped down below on the daily chart. The cannabis sector again is, let me just check MJ. Yeah, a little bit of a downturn, but ACB is a big area to try to hold. If it doesn't hold that, look out below, guys. And that's for the ACB. Hexo. You know what? I'm going to turn off my alerts. There are just too many of them. What I'm talking about, my gap downs, they're just one after another. I'm just going to have to turn them off. Okay, what else is happening? Myrna. Now, Myrna, again, I always find this an incredibly difficult one certainly to intraday trade, but I wouldn't have wanted to been holding it up here either, obviously. But I guess they've announces plans for phase 3 trial. Now, so I'm no expert in this field, but you're probably all aware that going from phase 1, phase 2, phase 3 in this time period is incredibly fast. And of course, we all know the reason why. So anyway, mRNA, if it can take out that 65 area right there, what did it do? Yeah, it didn't quite get above that. So there's the high right there in that daily chart. Well, it's 63.90 actually. So it did. If it can clear this, I mean, it might start to move back into this territory. But I just find it very difficult to trade. And I mean trade. I mean, I know some of you were able took it here and rode it higher. Craig, this is not education, but this is a China stock, but it is now giving it up. Okay, 371, 295 now. Again, there are a lot of China stocks that are popping this morning. Now this could be a crazy one. I think the float is very low. Yeah, 1.8 million in the float. However, it has come all the way back down. Yeah, well, it was crazy. Got as high as 18. Now it's back down to 8. This is DRI. They did have some news, announces 2 remote patient monitoring agreements and commences enrollment. So, of course, that was good enough news to pop it up to 18. But, you know, I have to wait and see when the market opens. We've seen these before. They pop. Now, that might have been just, who knows how many shares were up there, actually up there. Bloomin' Brands, BLMN, is moving down here and try to, if you know, this is the area right there on 1070. If you can hold that, and maybe a bounce. If not, lower looms. With any window, just right on, is it a multi-strategy window? Shouldn't matter anyway, but if it's a multi-strategy, just right-click properties, actions. Okay, right-click property, yeah. So right-click property actions. And then just go through this, you know, play the sound, set up the sound, use custom sound or text-to-speech. Have you set up an alert before? Sound alert before? Okay, you know how to do it. Great. Did I mention Hexo? I'm not sure if I talked about Hexo a little bit. Has it held its gains? Yeah, a little bit. So Hexo, actually, this is an earnings play. Very few earnings plays. It released June, just before the market opened. Right here in the pre-market. They didn't release after hours. So if you're new to the platform, the mauve area here is after hours. And this is the pre-market, the tan area. So they've released lots and lots of volume. Look at that volume. But it is a huge float. 272 million shares for a $1 stock is, you know, pretty tough. Tough to make it really move. I know it's up 18%, but and then one of our favorite little stocks and news. Stocks to follow anyway, news. So they've announced, not that they did this before, I don't think they've announced, they plan to offer 60 million shares. So that's put a bit of a damper on this one, 60 million shares when they've got 23 in the float. So that's it. That looks like it's over for news for a while anyway. HHT, another China stock. Is this a education? Yeah, it's another education stock. Okay, so this is really pulled back. When I first saw it this morning, it was right at the 200-day moving average, which is 146, but it is really pulled back. So I'll probably forget about that one. Okay, so just going to have to wait to see how this market reacts. Now, we did have the job numbers or the enrollment in unemployment numbers came just slightly under the prediction. I think it was about 1.54. I think they were predicting about 1.6 million. However, of note, if you've been following, you know, the Thursday job, these numbers when they get posted, the market has usually had a little pop, and not today. So we'll have to see. I mean, we're down. The SPY is down. Now, will this turn into my favorite day? My favorite day meaning a big gap down in the market and then a recovery all day long. Okay, let's see if the analysts are active this morning with their upgrades and downgrades. Okay, that can't be. There's nothing in either. Let me just see. Okay, something's going on. There are no upgrades or downgrades. That's almost impossible from briefing.com this morning. Interesting. First time I've seen that. It's got to be something their software did not load them. Okay, well. So, so there's the SPY, big area, obviously down here around 302. There's that 200-day moving average, still hovering, well, not hovering, it's right around that 300 mark. It's been there for a while. Take a look at American Airlines. No, there's no bounce yet in any of the, well, I shouldn't say any of them. I've only looked at American, but my guess is that there are no bounces yet. Yeah, nothing happening with the airlines other than still down. Well, those aren't bounce. Yeah, but I'm not talking about intraday bounces. I'm talking. This is not a bounce. If the stock, bounces for me are more stocks that have during the day have moved down and then they bounce. I'm talking about recovery. Maybe call it more recovery. All right. So if they start down here and then they start recovering, that turns into my favorite day because then we get some big names that are trending well and that a lot of people are piling into. That is not what I call a bounce. In my definition, of course, it's bouncing. I get what you're saying. It's bouncing off the lows here. I'm talking about again more stocks. I'm a terrible intraday bouncer. So what I'm doing here is, and now I don't know what I'm going to get in my watch list again today because still, even though yesterday was a down day, I mean the market was down, but still most of the stocks that are making my watch list are on the more optimistic side. So I don't know what's going to happen. Obviously, we're not going to get very many in the up today if the market continues like this. Now, what could happen is if I could get some of the ones triggering on the downside, but if the market does put in a nice little trend recovery, these could turn into really good recovery plays. And we won't know until the market opens. If you want to follow my watch list up and down, all you have to do is click on from the toolbar new and then channel bar and then my windows, Barry's windows. Make sure that you save your layout to the cloud before you do that. You can only have one layout loaded at a time. So your layout will be replaced. Again, it's okay as long as you've saved your layout to the cloud. Let's see, NEBU. I know that's one of those crazy ones. And the answer is you're right. Nebula Acquisition Core filed by Glazer Capital. Yeah, it's not loading in IB either. So is this at a symbol change? Yeah, it's not bringing it up. It is not bringing it up in IB at all. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what's going on there. I'm looking at some news here. I don't see anything about unless this is it. The Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure. I mean, there is the news. Nebula Acquisition Core file. I mean, news. That's the latest news we've got. Completes. Well, okay. That is the news. Completes business combination with Open Lending. Okay, so that is the news. So it is now L Pro. Okay, LPRO. So the symbol has been changed to L Pro. So I just had to go down here. Okay. Open Lending and Nebula Acquisition announced intent to close business combination. So that's why. Okay, let's take a look at some of the ones that are AIM. I mean, again, guys, look at this. I mean, 319 now down to 270. I mean, these are big percentage drops. Is it still? I think it's on my watch list. I think I kept it there. I don't think I mentioned MTSL. I forgot to mention this one. So the communication stocks, of course, are doing very well too. I don't know where they're out of. They are out of Israel. That's right. So now it's starting to pull back a bit. Well, quite a bit. Again, I hate these ones that are up to 266 and back down to 187. These are big percentage drops. How do you go back to default layout settings? Well, I mean, boy, it's been so long. Load layout, and I don't know, is it here? Default layout. Default layout right there. So if you go to file, and then load layout, and then just find the default layout. I have never used the default layout, guys. I always give my layouts names. That's why I was had to do a double check on that. All right, guys. Well, the market's putting in a mild little green bar here. Well, I did see, I know you're talking about Isaiah. I did see it. Of course, we saw it yesterday. Yeah, I mean, it's a ton of volume. It is on my rate. I think it's actually on my watch list, in my watch list. I don't know if it's going to trigger today, but give me a second here. Just have something to do on one of my other monitors. Okay, so what I do here is there are a couple things you can do. I mean, if you want to see these three windows here, okay, this is my watch list up and down. You can access from the channel bar, new channel bar. Okay, there are my windows. Okay, remember it's a layout, so it'll replace the layout you have. The other thing, I am sharing a lot of scans, not so much a layout, but I'm sharing a lot of scans. So if you click on the Room Drive icon and scans that I share, if you click on download, you'll see all the scans that I'm sharing. That'll go to a Word document. Then you can just copy the link and then file load it from the cloud. And you can see all the scans that I'm sharing right here from the scans tab within the room. So it's not so much a layout that I'm sharing, but I'm sharing a lot of scans that you can kind of pick and choose what scans you want, if any, and then you can create and then, whatever you might have created, and then you can create your layout once you've picked them all, pick the ones you want, and then just save your layout to the cloud. Well, it's possible. Let me just see. Downward dog is a short sell. All depends on what made the cut. I only see actually one strategy, Peter Pan, in the YouTube feed. This is a short strategy. I only see one strategy, short strategy that made the cut. Just look at the daily, weekly, and monthly charts, King. I mean, if you look at Isaiah right here, I mean, obviously, if it keeps going, you look left, I mean, it has room to go. Doesn't mean it's going to. It doesn't mean it's going to, but it just means that, all of this has been taken care of so far, as an example. Just get into and also, well, I'm sorry, wow, the 200-day moving average is way down here. I mean, guys, there's a reason why I have a daily, weekly, and monthly chart up and running all the time. People ask me, what time frame do I like? Well, really, these are the three time frames that really help me zero in on what I might want to trade. Yes, of course, the 5 and the 15. But remember, my style of trading is all about momentum. And so virtually all the stocks that I see are at not an all-time high, a daily high or a daily low. Intraday, high or low. So I'm not having to worry about intraday resistance. Now, just because a stock makes a new high and there's room, of course, doesn't mean I just take the trade. If I look on the 5 or 15-minute chart, it's just a series of candles up, I'm not going to chase it. But this is why it's so important for me to have these charts so I can, at a glance, say to myself, okay, yeah, this stock still has some room to go. Well, I can, I can move them back as far as I want. Well, I can go back to, I think, 2011 or so, or 10, but I don't. I mean, unless I see nothing, that makes sense to me, then I'll start to move it back. But right here, I mean, I don't have to go that far back. And if I see something like this, then I don't have to go back any further on this particular chart. No, guys, the market's going to open in less than 30 seconds. So let's have a great trading day today. It's going to be interesting, especially when we get a recovery day. Okay, we got a big gap down. Will the market recover? Well, King, as I've said many times, all the scans I'm sharing, Room Drive icon, scans that I share, download. So it's not a layout. You just pick and choose what scans you might want. And as far as the charts go, you can just add the charts that you want from new charts window. you know, and because this is the arrangement that I like, but it may not be the same that you like. All right, we are now open. I'm just waiting to get some alerts here. Interesting. There we go. So THMO, now I don't think I mentioned this one. It's on my list, but THMO, this was a nice gap up here. Only 3.4 million in the float. All right, guys, so that little green candle we had just before the market opened in the 15 is now been replaced by a red candle. So I have to see again, you have to give the market time, pick a direction. I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes anyway, so try to let things settle down a bit. I see NK is to move down here. I'm going to stick an alert. You can see exactly where it got to. Look in the pre-market, it got to 845. Check out that weekly candle. That's about 836. It got right to that level and then stopped. Do a reset, Chris. Mine was a little bit slow this morning, but I did a reset and look at okay, guys. There is a little rebound here for look at this airline anyway. My guess is that most of them are going to look the same. Not quite. So Delta. How about JetBlue? So that's a nice look. Look at the volume that came into Delta. DIL. Yeah, we're having some nice bounces, guys. Nice bounces. Look at NCLH, MGM. But I don't see a big green candle yet for the SPY, so just be careful. This might be just fake bounces so far. Yeah, this is not showing up on my hot resumes. Yeah, HHT, which is, and it gapped up to the two. Okay, keep an eye on this one. It is halted. I don't know why it didn't show up on my halts resumes. But keep an eye on it because there's the 200-day moving average. I did see it in the pre-market. I think I mentioned this. It popped over the 200-day moving average, but then it came back down. But there it is, 146. So you look at this. It has some room. Not a lot of room. Well, we're seeing we're seeing a lot of green now, guys, which is to me a little bit surprising because it's not like the SPY is popping here. I mean, this looks almost like, the SPY is popping. Okay, now this one was halted, Antero Resources, AR. All right, guys. Again, you have to be on your own in this one. This will be crazy, crazy. It's only 1 million in the float, and that's the WAFU. Um, what did it hit? It hit almost 16 in the pre-market. Not shortable for me. Well, look at all the green coming in here, guys. These are stocks just making new highs now. They're all down. They're all still down for the day, but they are making new highs. But I do not see the market helping at all yet. Yeah, I have a feeling AMBO is just being tugged along with a lot of the China stocks today. Okay, it's education. A lot of the, like WAFU. I think there's been maybe some easing. If you recall, a couple of weeks ago, even further longer, when LK got hit with the fraud and all that fraud discovery, and then there was a lot of talk about shall we delist all China stocks. So I think today, I read, and also yesterday, a little bit of calming of that rhetoric. So I think that's why a lot of the China stocks are popping today. Well, what a bounce for a lot of these. Look at all the green here, guys. Just to wonder, is this short-lived? Because the market is, the market's way down still. Guys, unless the SPY starts catching up with a lot of these moves, I'd be very, very, very wary of them. This is amazing. All the green. Wow, these airlines. How's GOL doing? GOL? Yeah, they're all bouncing. It is, yeah, halted now going down. So for some reason, yeah, I didn't get the first halt. Okay, so that did not pop through. Did not pop through the 200-day moving average. My Jets must be fun to be looking at right now. There's the ETF for the airline industry. So if you want to, partake a little, but look at this, guys. This SPY is moving down. It's moving down. I'd be very wary of all this green we see here. Guys, did we have a delay in the AI alerts, or did you get them at 9:35? What's happened again is because this window is so active, I did not hear the sound alert for my AI window. You did? Okay, so it wasn't. Yeah, it's just. Well, obviously a very good one to start with the MYGN as a short. Well, then you must not have the window open, Leslie. If you heard it, you didn't see it. I mean, you have to have the strategy trades all window open. Oh well, but there was one at 9:35 and one at 9:36, and then 9:39, Leslie. So you must not have the window open or something because they're all there. All right, guys. So Lake, oh my goodness. So Lake hit almost well $24 yesterday. Actually, had it was an earnings release. Yeah, it's a great alert from the AI on MYGN at 1367. I can talk about it now. I didn't hear it unfortunately because again, I didn't hear it because I had a. This is such an active audible alert window, and it just overrode my AI audible alert. Unfortunately. How's ACB doing? I see Cron is on the way down. Well, guys, I know broken record right now, but I'd be very wary of all these bounces. William, this seems like it's going to be right up your alley. And again, I'm just looking at what the market is doing. I don't see any sort of a rally in the market yet. Well, these are fantastic bounces. I mean, look at Azul. I mean, it was down to 10 and now it's 12.55. JFIN. So announced earnings, whatever they are, pre-market. That was a crazy one yesterday. As if you were in the room, you saw this one hit $30. All right, it is now 9:45, so let's see if we get anything in my watch list up and down. I have a delay on these two windows until 15 minutes after the market opens. If you have the gap down on reverse scanner, you know that it is just going crazy. This is incredible. If you have this, I mean, it's probably driving you crazy. If you haven't turned the sound off, it's probably driving you crazy. Okay, Tupperware after two big down days, maybe a little bounce for Tupperware, TUP, after two big down days. You know, hit $8 and it moved all the way down. It basically got cut in half. I saw quite a bit of downward pressure on Vroom, VRM. It hit a high of $59. That's day 43 now. IPO'd a couple of days ago. All right. Well, it doesn't look like Wafu is going to do the crazy thing with that million in the float. I mean, it's up 300%, but it was also up to $16 before. All right. Well, now maybe the spy is putting in this green bar. Okay. Okay. Now we're starting. Maybe if that green bar. What time is it right now? 9:47. So it's got 13 minutes to close. That 15-minute candle. That closes up here, and then we get some more 15-minute green bars. Say, 4 or 5 of them in a row. That'll be a great looking recovery. Intraday recovery. No, there's another one that was halted. CARV, CARV. Cake and Lake, guys. Yeah, Cake and Lake. Do they still make shake and bake? Okay, well, FFHL, it was just halted. I'm sure you know this, William. It was just halted. So, good luck on it. Another China stock. I think I still see it on the aisles though. Very unhealthy. TRTX again, guys. Got to watch this SPY. See if this. See, it's not looking like it wants to take this out right there. I'm going to stick an alert around 312 for the SPY and see if it takes that out, which would be obviously somewhat bullish. But we're getting a topping tail. This crazy one, CHK. Yeah, I'm a little. I don't know if we're getting anything from the watch list today on the upside. Most of these stocks have gapped down. The only way we're going to see them in here is if they obviously recover for today, but then plus take out yesterday's high, which might be a challenge. I'm just looking at some of the ones that are on the list. Just keep an eye on the SPY, guys. Just keep an eye on the SPY. See if we get a nice big green candle. We get a nice big green candle. That could signify a nice... well, guys, if you had... I didn't hear it, unfortunately, but there's a great alert from the AI. 1367 to short MYGN. So when you say look for 5-minute candles, what do you mean by that exactly, Mittens? And obviously we have 5-minute charts, but what do you mean look for 5-minute candles? Yeah, a little disappointed in the NK. I thought maybe with that little news release, I might get people a little more excited. Yeah, we don't do a good job at tracking intraday highs and lows of various candles. Okay, but I mean, this is, yeah, so to do exactly what you're talking about, the last 5-minute candle range, we can do the current one, but not the last one. So, there's the 5-minute range in dollars and percent, but change in the 5 minutes, dollars and percent. Okay, but not the previous one. Even Twitter is doing a gap down and reverse. A lot of halts again, guys. Halts galore. Morning, Iris. Okay, guys, I'm just sitting my hands here for a bit, wanting to see if this market, nothing in my watch list. We're seeing a lot of stocks that are looking just like this, big gap downs and then a nice little recovery. Yeah, just watching this SPY here to see if it almost took out that the high of that opening of the 915 candle. Almost took it out. Yeah, ZYXI definitely is a breakout. It's but you're chasing it now. You know, I mean, if you'd be in chase mode right now. But see, this is so. Somebody asked me how far back do I go? Well, I don't know what I think. I think this was a symbol change. I may be wrong because we don't have it in a lifetime high. So I think it must have been some kind of a symbol name change for Zixi. Well, one of the rules is that the stock has to, in order to trigger in these two alert windows, one of the rules is that the stock has to be above yesterday's high. So it's going to be a challenge, you know, especially with a lot of the stocks that gap down. Yes, they're recovering. They are recovering. But a lot of them are still in negative territory. You know, they're still down for the day, you know. So a lot of stocks are looking like this. They're recovering. But look how far they are from yesterday's high. So that's one of the triggers. And on the downside, one of the triggers has to be below yesterday's low. But there weren't that many short opportunities that I had from the watch list to begin with. So that's why I'm saying I have no idea if we'll get anything from the watch list today. Well, news has rebounded in a big way. 284 all the way to 365. They've announced 60 million share financing. I don't think they have a price yet. Again, I'm just keeping my eye on the SPY. Well, I guess this one is not going to do the crazy thing, and I thought maybe holding over 12 like it was in the pre-market. All right, guys. Well, there's the SPY at that little high, so we may have a nice trending recovery day. Let's see what the next candle brings. All right, keep an eye on Craig here. Craig through the 200-day moving average. And you look left, the next high looking left is around 376 or so. It hit a high in the pre-market, almost to that high. It hit a high about 368. Crazy low float. 500,000 in the float approximately. I don't know. I mean, again, difficult sometimes to get a true float figure for some of these stocks that have done multiple reverse splits. All right, there goes CREG. Boy, I mean, look at this. Look at the gap. The gap down in reverse is just loaded. Very, very few were like Unfi. In fact, I want to see Unfi right now. In other words, a gap down and it kept going down. Take a look at Unfi. Yeah, very checkered looking 15, but I mean, this is at the low right now. Look left on this. Boy, if it takes out six, I'm gonna stick an alert around 1667 for a UNFI. Takes that out. Look left. Look at the room it's got underneath. Yeah, we do have a consecutive candles. Yes, I'm. We just a lot of people want something that says, okay, I want to today this current candle compared to say the last five candles, is it higher or lower? What are the highs and lows? We just don't do that. But yes, we do have consecutive candles on the various time frames that Jefferson was talking about. Wow, Wafu is just, I don't think it's shortable. Not for me anyway. Wafu is not shortable. So how are the other ones doing? The other China education, yeah, they're drifting down also. All right, guys. Well, look, keep an eye on IMRN. Obviously, had an incredible day 2 days ago, all the way up to 30, almost up to 30, and pulled back to close at 20 yesterday. Got cut in half. Trying to recover a little bit here. I do see that. Yes, let's say I do see that. Interesting. Boy, it is a it's super active. All right, guys. Look at the spy, guys. Look at the spy. Be very careful of your longs. See, we're starting to get a lot more. Starting to get a lot more. Yellow means it's stocks are making new lows for the day. Yeah, I was waiting for a big eight break on that one if I was going to take it from the AI, but so far no go. Yeah, there's a big red candle now for the SPY guys, so that was definitely a short lift. So what I'm going to do is just stick an alert at the low right there and see if it takes that out. Now look what's happening. See, now we're getting now the gap down and go. Remember before this was just filled with blue, which means these are stocks moving higher. Challenging, gap down and reverse. Yeah, well, that was an AI alert. I'm just watching WAFU to see if it can take out 8. But this is one of the other edge, and this was, another AI alert that obviously what got stopped out. This is a challenging one, guys. It's a that's WAFU with that float. I mean, anything can happen. No, no shorts for WAFU at IB. No, you just got to be awfully careful if you're going to do this one. I mean, it's only a million shares in the float. Okay, now it did pop all the way up to 16. What's the short? Yes, King of Trade. Yes. All right, guys. A little bit late on it. I didn't see my unfee right there. We're talking about that one, and right at a huge level for it to take out. So I'm actually in the short. Not quite at 16.99, 16.87 for me on the short. It's You'll see. So 16.87 for the short. All right, guys. This one, TEDU. Now, this is a China education stock that did not. I think it is anyway. Let me make sure. Yeah, China education stock that did not pull back yet, and this has a ton of room. Let's see how well it holds at 3 level. All right, guys. I covered some at 16.55 for the unfee. I'm in definite scalp mode today. I mean, I have no idea. This market is going to be really interesting. All right, now take a look at the unfee. So this was an earnings play on the 10th. So this is, really, this was yesterday. And so this is what we call a second day continuation down on earnings. RETA, I haven't seen that one, I don't think. Oh, I know why. I don't. Yeah, well, it's a huge pop. It's just out of the price range that I look at. So Huh. Look at the nonsense that JFI. I mean, this is just total nonsense, guys. That it hit $30 yesterday. Total, unadulterated nonsense. So right now, the market is trying to make up its mind where it wants to go, okay? You can see I'm looking at that 15-minute chart. So we had a red bar, green bar, red bar. Just trying to make up its mind. Guys, be careful. I mean, my goodness, that WAFU, just be careful because of that float. 1 million in the float. I mean, that was a massive, that's a big pop from, what did it get down to, 726 and then all the way up? I mean, that is a massive pop. You can see how wide the stop was, 558. Definitely rippage now, though. If you have the wherewithal to take this one, WAFU, but just be careful. It is so whippy. So my unfree trade short-lived. A little bit on the last bit I had. So I'm out of the unfree trade. So not the big collapse that I was hoping for, but I'll take it. All right, Sangamo. Sangamo, let's see, what does it have? Looking left, $12 on that weekly chart. Monthly, a daily chart though, 1150 odd. So not a clean looking chart. Keep an eye on this one, guys. OBSV. Okay, it's a Geneva stock. Okay, keep an eye on it. It has room. Well, yesterday's high was 579. It's yeah, it's traded okay. 35 million in the float. So it's Not a super low floater, but well, if you had the, I don't even know what you call it, the guts to take that Wafu, you see that the target actually got hit. That is still so whippy. Yeah, if you could help, if you could hold on, if you obeyed that, that was a very, very wide stop. I mean, for a $7 stock, 780 on the entry and a 558, you know, that's a $2.30 stop. That's a lot. That's a big stop. So you could not have taken a lot of shares. Well, I mean, I shouldn't say that, depending on your account size, of course, but yeah, CIDM on the way here. So the market is just, it's really not doing anything, guys. I mean, we had the first green candle and we're still within that candle. It's really not doing too much. There's not a delay in data, no. Well, alert windows, topless windows update every 30 seconds, but the alert windows are real time. You get an alert, it's a real time alert. Well, I mean, the short was at 1367, so I'm not sure where you tried to short it. But I'm assuming you're just trying to be funny. I don't think so, Juma. I don't think so. There's a problem with the server. Ooh, I see Enfi is right back down. I'm not in it anymore, but let's see if I want to reshort it. Enfi is right back down. These topping tails right there. Let's see if it takes out 1652, maybe for a reshort. Again, this is not, I'm not trying to recommend you're doing the same thing. This is kind of what I'm looking at. Now, the interesting thing is that this Wafu would appear here Obviously, it's got the volume, it's got the relative volume, it's way above yesterday's high. The problem is that it had a pop up to 1250, so it will not appear here unless it takes out that takes out that high, not the pre-market high, but the high. So that's the reason it's not showing up there. Because it is, obviously it was on the watch list. Well, Lake, what did it hit back here a few weeks ago? Up to 28. Yesterday, it hit 24. Market is not. It's not doing anything right now. It's really not doing much. But this time we don't have that big disconnect that we had yesterday. Tech is down also. Or if you recall yesterday, now the Dow was not down as much, nor was the SPY. I think it was down a couple hundred points. But the tech NAS was up, 60, 70, 80 points. So there was a definite disconnect between tech and the rest of the market yesterday, not today. The only positive sector today is gold. You look at there's gold, only positive sector. Even silver, where's silver? Must be close. Yeah, close. Well, there it went, guys. So now it actually triggered up here. What a pop it had. So again, if you had the resolve to hold this one, there was the entry 788. There's a big 60% gain. If you had the resolve to hold it. And now it just got halted. All right, Lake on the move. Lake on the move. I'm just waiting to see where's Wafu. 1252, 1252. What did it halted at? So I don't see a big jump in the bid ask yet in the time and sales. Wow, it's already almost 10:30. First of all, big welcome. Anybody brand new to the room today? This is the format every day, not every day, Monday to Friday. 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. Eastern Time. I share my screen and I'm live on the mic. If you are a Trade Ideas subscriber, I'm sharing a lot of scans. Click on the scans tab within the trading room. A lot of scans right here that I'm sharing. You can also click on the room drive icon. Looks like a half open folder. Click on that. Scans that I share, download. Goes to a Word document. Then you can take a look at all the links, all the scans that I've got there, and then you can, if you want, you can just copy the link. Copy the link and then file, load from cloud, and then paste it in and load it. If you like the scan enough, don't forget to save it to your cloud. You know, if you like it enough, just right click, save or share to cloud, and save. And then it's in your cloud. No, I don't make many changes to the scans. No, but the whole idea though is that you have you can use it like a boilerplate. All right. So for instance, if you like, you want my basic new highs and lows, all you have to but you can make a change. This is my price range. You may want to change that. Things like that. Okay. You can always adjust these filter values. Add some in if you want. Take some out if you want. A cut just to make it more close to maybe the way you like to trade. Well, I don't know about whippers in the stock, but I mean, any stock that has a million shares in the float is going to be very, very, just look at the float, okay? If that's what you're talking about, whippers. Any stock that has, only a million shares in the float is going to be incredibly active. All right, guys. So now it is just about 10:30. So typically, this is what I do at 10:30 after the welcome and telling people who are Trade Idea subscribers how they can have a lot of the scans. You can have this my windows also. If you click on New from the channel bar, or sorry, New from the toolbar, then click on Channel bar, and then click on My Windows. Just 1 second, please. Okay. So again, wow. So WAFU opened way higher. Yeah, I am surprised because when I saw that action there, I thought that was going to be over, but obviously I was wrong. Well, it's only up from the alert. Now the AI got out because the target was hit, but of course you didn't have to. Okay, we can take a look at this one. XPER. Okay, the market now is trying to take out the low of the day. XPER, you can see why this is on the watch list. I mean, it just got creamed yesterday. Below now yesterday's low, of course, way below it. The next low looking left is about $11. So let's see if this continues down. Yeah, so this has basically traded the float almost 26 times. I mean, with a million in the float, 26 million shares, it's almost traded at 26 times. I mean, that's just, crazy, ridiculous, but so even getting it here at 1251, even getting it there, if you could have got it there, it hit 1535 before now it is really, I don't know. I'm going to say it's really trying to come back. Hard to know what's going to happen with this one. I'm surprised though, the Ambo's got 17 million in the flow. Keep an eye on this one. I mean, this was very active pre-market also. Not like Wafu, but very active. And I'm not sure, I don't think Wafu has any specific news to it. I'm just checking. It's just that I saw so many of the China education stocks that had gapped up, and this certainly was the big one. Give me a moment here, guys. I'm going to continue and well, this one just continues too. The ZYXI. It's again, we don't have it as a lifetime range high. In fact, not even close. But I'm just assuming this had a name change. I sort of remember maybe this was a name change way back there. All right, so if you want to take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, right here, if you click on the subscriptions tab right there, I'm going to put the link in also. Okay, so clicking on that link, it'll bring you to the subscription page. Basically, we have 4 plans. We have the premium yearly, standard yearly, $22.68 a year minus the 15% promo, or $10.68 a year for the standard minus the 15% promo. If you are getting premium, it's because you want this. Okay, you're getting it because you want the AI. I'm going to go over that in a little more detail, but that's the reason why, that's the huge difference between premium and standard. You don't have to start off with an annual subscription. You can just even try us out for a month. Even with our standard, $118 less the 15%, or $228 less the 15% for the premium. The discount, remember, is only good for the first month. Obviously, if you take on an annual, it's good for the whole year. But if you decide that you like us enough that you want to upgrade, if you do it within 30 days, we'll honor the promo code. Okay, I want to talk now some about the links that we have here. Again, these links can all be downloaded to your Word document. Take a look at them later. So we've gone over the subscription. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. There's the link for that. Brokerage Plus intro, okay? I've not had to field as many Brokerage Plus questions, and that's because I direct people to this nice video that Michael Noss created last week. Goes over a lot of Brokerage Plus and linking it with Interactive Brokers, okay? I'm going to go over Brokerage Plus a little bit, but that is a great video to watch. Let's see, a download. You should be on the latest version of Trade Ideas. If you're not, a couple of clues. If you don't have the similar tab, and if you don't have a buy and sell button in your chart on your charts, then you're not on the latest version. So you click on that right there, the download, take you to this page. This is the latest version, 4.2.15. You can tell what you've got if you click on help and about. And I'm on a development version, okay, but you definitely have access to 4.2.15. Training and the 20 short video lessons. If you're new to Trade Ideas, I heartily recommend that you click on that link, the 20 short. And basically, I mean, you can go at your own, you want to do them all in one day, of course. But it goes over a lot of the basic features of Trade Ideas. What is an alert window? Creating one. What is a top list? Creating one. All right. I'm going to pop that one into the room also. It's a really, really good set of videos that were done. The bottom three are all about Brokerage Plus. Just going to put these in here also because really good videos, okay? Also, in this other link, the training link is a little more, if you click on the training link, you will see the 20 videos also. You'll also see the webinars, okay? So you can subscribe to all the webinars, Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. They're all free. Next test drive sign up page. I'm going to click on that. Brings you to this page. All you have to do is fill this form out. The next test drive could be in August. There's no set date yet. The test drive allows you for $8.99 to have full access to our premium service for up to 10 trading days. And we just completed one in May, and we had over 4,000 people signing up. So incredibly successful. So if you fill this out, basically filling this out, then you'll get an email probably a couple of weeks before it's going to start to let you know how to sign up for it. We have some ebooks here. You can click on that link, check out all the ebooks that we have. And if you're a Mac user, this is a little podcast that the guys did. This is a PC-based program. But if you're a Mac user, there are several ways in which you can use the program. So I would click on that and you can see how. Okay, I want to talk a little bit about the AI. Eric, I just enjoyed, I've always enjoyed the market. I wasn't always what you would call a day trader. And, just read some books a long time ago. Can't even remember what they were, and just looked at a lot of charts. All right, so let's go over what the AI is all about. I'm just going to look at this BAT, guys. BAT, B-H-A-T, big volume that just came into BAT, butting up right against the 200-day moving average. So it's got to try to take that out. If it does, if you look left on that daily chart, you'll see there's the high of 241, and Lake continues. Boy, it's hard to it's so many things are happening today. What's the market doing? Not much. A little green bar, but not much. All right, so this is what the AI is all about. We have what we call 50 baseline strategies, and they get optimized once the market closes. The AI gets to work to optimize the strategies. Just to give you an idea what I'm talking about is if you click on, this is the Brokerage Plus window. These are the strategies that made the cut today. And they made the cut because they had the proper win percentage and profit factor combination. What the AI basically does is it takes a look at all the filters and starts maybe making adjustments to the filter values, maybe takes a filter out, adds one in, goes through this optimization procedure. Obviously running through, even to try to do one is a tedious task. To do 50, obviously impossible. But obviously you need a computer to do this. So at the end of the routine, tomorrow, we don't know what strategies are going to make the cut tomorrow because it's going to be based on today's data also. So tomorrow though, all you have to do, if you have the AI, you just load the window, the Strategy Trades All window, right from the new AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. You load it and you just let the alerts happen. Nothing for you to do. You just let the alerts happen and you trade them as you see fit. Just checking to see. Well, this was a big star for a lot of us yesterday. Later in the day, if you recall this is one that did this. A lot of us got into this one, Celdex, right here, and wrote it up. It was a great later. Look at this though; it's still moving, guys. It still has room. The high of yesterday, man, it was 573. Okay, I want to talk about Brokerage Plus now. So Brokerage Plus, you load it from the tool. Now it's only available with the app. It's not available if you're using our web-based version. It's not available. So again, from the toolbar, click on New and Brokerage Plus. This is the window, and I'm only going to talk about the simulator. Okay, there's two ways you can use this right now. You can connect it to the simulator, which is paper trading, which is using our real-time data, all part of the standard service. If you do have an Interactive Brokers account and you want to trade your Interactive Brokers account, I know we see E-Trade and Alpaca up here, but you know they're not ready yet. But if you have an Interactive Brokers account and you want to trade your Interactive Brokers account using this window, you can do so. But I'm going to ask you to watch that video. Okay. For the simulator, it's really simple. All you have to do, you just click on an alert. The symbol will show here. You pick how many shares you want to trade. Pick the price you want to get in at. If you want to short it, you sell. And if you want to go long, you buy. These are hotkeys. So you can flatten your position, get out of half your position. You can double. Reverse basically means if you want to, you're in a short position, now you want to turn it right quickly to a long, you can do so, or vice versa. So let's try to take a trade here. All right, look at EB. Could be interesting. I mean, I'm just going to demonstrate how easy it is to do it. So EB, the spread is good. Let's take 300 shares. It's a good spread, so I can go in at the market. Okay, this is what I mean. This is not part of Trade Ideas. This is Interactive Brokers. Your broker will have something very similar. But if you see a penny spread, you can go in at the market. Now I can always talk about how putting a stop in ahead of time. You should have a stop, of course, in your mind. So if you wanted to put a stop around 10, you go back to it, add a stop order. Let's put the stop order at 10. And it should appear, there we go. So the idea really though is that when you get into a trade, you should, unfortunately, this is the real world, every trade is not going to work. So you have to have, number one, a stop. Where are you going to get out of the trade if it starts working against you? And also a figure in mind. So you see it says minus 123. So you should have a dollar value in mind where if you're going to get out of the trade, this is the most I'm going to. This is the most I'm going to lose. And the reason being, again, not every trade is going to work for you. You just have to get used to the fact that you're going to have losing trades, but you don't want to blow up your account. So how much you're going to risk per trade, is going to be really have a correlation to your account size. So in the simulator, I mean, I didn't do my mental arithmetic wasn't quite as good as I wanted to be. Typically in the simulator, I talk about, risking $100 a trade. Okay, but you can see what I can do, and that's where I probably should have put the rate there. That would have been a better support. So in the simulator, this is what I've done, and now that the stop is in place, I can move it up and down wherever I want. If the trade starts working well for me, I can use this like a trailing stop. Instead of putting some kind of an artificial, 1% below or 20 cents below, why not use, there's the SPY, moving down, guys, moving down. Why not use this as your trailing stop right on the chart? When the trade starts working well, you just start moving your stop up right on the chart. As an example, you can put a target in if you want. If I want to put a target in, add a target, let's put $11. I mean, obviously just nothing scientific to that, but I'll put $11 just to show you how you can do it. And you're going to see it's going to show up on this chart right there. So at this point, if I just allowed this to run its course, so if it hit 10, 12, it would take me out of the trade. I'd lose $87. If it hit 11, it would take me out and I'd make 177. And again, I can move this up and down. I can move it anywhere I want. Say the trade, starts working really well and I'm getting close to 11, I would probably start raising it up. If it started to stall and move down, I would maybe take myself out of the trade. You can also do it right here. You don't have to do it right on the chart. You can get out of any trade just by clicking the flatten button. So this is a simulator in action. And this is all part of the standard service. Well, I hope nobody is still in WAFU. I'm just looking at this. Got halted again, of course, on the way down, a big one, and I'm seeing it stacking up at 770. Well, it's hard to know. I mean, this is what I'm seeing. At one point it was down here. Hard to know, but it doesn't look like it's going to have a good open. Oh, really, William? Yeah, that was the joke. Well, I shouldn't. That was the joke though with NKALA that I don't know if they still do, but they had a bigger market cap than Ford, and I don't think they've sold one vehicle. Tesla, if it keeps this up, is going to overtake Toyota as the car company with the biggest market cap. I think it has a ways to go. I think it has to go up another 10%, probably from yesterday's high. I thought they still had to go up another 10%. I might be wrong. I thought maybe that move yesterday, maybe it was before yesterday's move. Yeah, there's a bit of a yikes, guys. There's a bit of a yikes right there with the SPY. So that did not hold. Remember, a little glimmer of hope that we might have a nice recovery trending day, but I don't, not yet anyway. Not yet anyway. And now we're almost we're almost going to be down 1,000. So right now, all long plays are going to be very suspect unless they're truly trading on their own. That alpha stock that really doesn't care what the market's doing. Though ultimately, you know, if this really gets ugly, it almost won't matter. Well, you just have to, right here, Enoch. Haven't you asked this before? Scans from other scans or from the room drive icon? Scans that I share, download. Like all the scans that I'm sharing, right here, room drive icon, looks like a half open folder, download all the scans I'm sharing, including the basic new highs and lows. Well, that was showing that I was $6 up, Mark. It was showing. Obviously, now it's showing I'm 17, $18 down. Hello, Sen 123. Welcome to the room. Again, you know, I was just showing this as a demonstration how to use the simulator. Probably should look for one to short more than anything. The market, what it's doing. Okay, so Wafu, if it's only a 5-minute halt, should open in about 10 seconds. Wafu should open in 10 seconds. Actually, I'm not seeing a hideous open now. Not a hideous one. It was hideous before. Hideous meaning it was all the way down to like 7 when it was stacking up. But it's not good. Probably, if you're saying it, NKLA. Yeah, it's trading on its own. It doesn't care what the market's doing. But that's basically the goal, you know, is that, well, if you're intraday trading, is to find the alpha stocks, the ones that are truly trading right on their own. They don't care what the rest of the market's doing. Don't care what their sector is doing. Guys, this is a red bar ignored for Celdex. This could be interesting. It's trading on its own. There's a red bar ignored. The trigger would have been right at 506. Let's see how well it holds this. I might take this one if it holds this well. I mean, it's got room. Obviously, yesterday's high was 570 odd. I'm just going to flatten out of this position. Keep an eye, definitely keep an eye on the Celdex, guys. I mean, that's what we call a red bar ignored. You have an uptrend, you have that red bar on that 5-minute chart completely engulfed by the previous green candle, and then the next candle is green. Okay, I got a little bit, well, I got some at 510. I got some at 510, guys. Okay, I took some out at 523. I mean, not going to trust completely. I mean, I know I'm saying it's trading on its own, but I'm also aware the market's down 1,000. So, and it's dropped a bit right to where I bought it. All right, just watching it to see if it goes down below 510. If it does, I'll get out. I wasn't quick enough. I wanted to get it a little higher on the that quick pop. Yeah, Acer is halted. Yes, Acer. So when I see this one, all right, okay. Boy, this has turned into a nice couple of days for us if you're into this one, Celdex. Well, I had a little delay this morning, but then I did a reset, and it seemed to fix it. Now, it may depend on what server you're on, but because you can see it's loading as fast as it can. Oh boy, guys, this is going to be a huge monster open if this holds for Acer. A huge monster open. This is what I'm talking about. It got halted at 330, but look where it's stacking up right now. 439. Okay, now this may change. It got halted at 10:53.33, so it's going to open at 10:58.33. It's going to open in 5 seconds, guys. And this is holding so far. Okay, well this is not a 5-minute halt then. Yeah, no, it's not a 5-minute halt. So this could be a 10, this is going to be a 10-minute halt then. Nine times out of, well, even more, 95 times out of 100, these are 5-minute halts. If it's not a 5-minute halt, then it is a multiple of 5. In this case, it'll be a 10-minute halt. Could be longer, but halted because of volatility. It's just math. Went up too quickly in too short a period of time. So there's like a circuit breaker that triggers. Well, there's nothing for me to check. I know you're interested in this one because there's expectations, but I don't listen. I don't trade on expectations ever. Okay, from what I'm hearing, and I just don't do that. So I mean, right now, it's just it's huge volume, massive volume. Half the float is traded. So, a lot of people obviously are hoping whatever they're going to say at 5 o'clock is going to be good, but I don't trade like that. No, I know. I know. I remember you talking about it. Boy, oh boy, guys, this is still stacking up at 439, 439. All right, I like this short of Expert. The only issue I have with it is, I'm kind of this bug about not taking a stock that's relatively close to a whole number. So the Dreamer, when you do a refresh and a reset and a reload and all, is your single stock window still loading really, really slowly? Okay, so this is the one. It is looking at maybe merging with Impossible Meats, FMCI. Okay, in stock, I know you probably own the stock, and I know you're really trying to get people excited by it. Okay, but I guess we'll just have to wait to see what happens at 5 o'clock. So this is not popping. 229 on the halt, yeah, or 228 on the halt. So okay, this is starting to drift down a little bit. 411, 411, 420, 420. No, I know you've made your point. You've made your point about watching it, and they're going to have a conference call at 5 o'clock. It's just doing really nothing. It's going to obviously people are waiting right now to see what happens. Ahead of time. Yes, nice, nice, nice pops. Well, if you don't see the difference between Celdex being mentioned on a move like this versus Isaiah, if Isaiah has the same move like this, we'll be talking about it. Okay, just relax a little bit. Yeah, guys. I mean, with the market down 1,000, I mean, even though things can kind of trade on their own to a certain extent, but eventually you'll still find the odd gem that will just really won't care. So YRCW just resumed, so it didn't really pop. Acer is still halted. Acer is still halted. So this is more than a 10-minute halt now. This is almost like I mean, it still says a volatility halt. It doesn't say a news halt. So this is now more than a 10-minute halt. So the next one is 15. Ooh, this is an interesting one to short. I wish this weren't here though. QB, 1169, right down through the 200, or not the 200, but the whole number, just underneath that whole number of 12. Where's the 1854? Okay, so that's not an issue, but it's got that little 1168. I wish that weren't here. No, I'm not in Acer. It was halted before. I just saw it on the halt. Oh, I wish I were. I'm just waiting for it to unhalt and see what happens. I mean, if it gets up to 445 and all, I mean, it'll take all this out. Then the next high looking left on the monthly is around 750. So I mean, this could now on the weekly though, five. It would have to take five out. Well, the only reason I'm no, the only reason I'm glued to it is because of the, it got halted at 3:30, and it's looking like it wants to open in this area. I mean, that's a big percentage jump. That's the only reason. By the way, guys, I'm all out of the cell decks, okay? But if it depends what it does later on. I mean, it has a little bit of room left, to that 570 level. Let's see. I want to see how well it holds. Maybe I'll put an alert around 528. You know what, in stock, there are other free rooms you could go to, or if you want to find, I mean, if you want to keep picking at it, fine. It's the move that I was talking about. But if you want to keep going, I've got a lot of patience, but it'll only go so far. All right. One more and you're gone. Okay, I'm sorry. Take a look at out, guys. Look at out. Some not a lot, not a big volume pop on it, but look at out. And what does this have? Looking left, let's see. Yesterday's high was 1722, so this is some room if it continues. I wish there was a volume pop though. Yeah, Lake, yeah. And there, you're right. There is an RBI almost. I mean, it's not a classic one because the topping tail is just a little bit above, but I guess the body is basically there on the 15s. Yeah, Acer is back. So look at the gap on. I mean, we don't see too many like this. Look at the gap after the halt, guys, for Acer on the 30. Okay, now it's giving it up. I mean, there was the pop way up to 425. It's come back down. Let's see if it regains four. I'm going to stick an alert around four. Hi, hello, real. I was just looking at your stock. Underneath the whole number now, guys, a new low. Ah! No, I missed my entry. Let's see if how well it holds for Acer. Shoot. It's a little choppy. I'm going to stick that alert up here again, 409 or so, see if it takes out 4 again. It's not the most wonderful looking weekly chart, guys. I mean, it's got these topping tails that's not that far away. I mean, 450. So it might be really tough for it to get through 450. I don't know. If it gets through 450, then it has some room to fly. So it's not beautiful. It looks a lot better on the monthly chart if it can clear all this. You can see on the monthly chart. Actually, look at YRCW too now. After the halt, it actually took a little bit of a header all the way down to 2, but it is recovering. YRCW. You're welcome, Chris. Ah, it's still choppy. Again, if you look at the weekly chart for YRCW, you see some topping tails around that 250 mark. Again, not a nice looking weekly chart with all these, choppiness, topping tails, bottoming tails. Cloudera, I haven't seen Cloudera today. Yeah, trying to crawl back a little bit. Hello, Tom. So if you see yellow, man, it means it's made a new low for the day. And if you see green, it means it's made a new high for the day. And it's just the way I've color coordinated it. Well, there's your Isaiah. It actually showed up in my in the watch list up. So let's see. 248 was the trigger. Well, I may be wrong about the YRCW. I mean, there's the 200-day moving average. It's going right into it. 256, gone right into the 200-day moving average. Yeah, the coloring is just. I mean, you can do it yourself. Change it, of course. There's the Celdex. I'm not in it anymore, but I may get back in. For the coloring, select colors. Yeah, so this is just a palette that you can choose from. I just happen to choose green for the bullish alerts. Choose anything you want. And of course, then for the bearish alerts, just a palette. Choose anything you want. Just the way I've color coordinated it. I find that for me, for my eyes anyway, I like the green and the yellow for my eyes. I know red is typical, but I don't. I find red hard to read. For some reason, I find the yellow stands out a lot better. But everybody's going to be different, of course. Yeah, I'm going to continue to watch this Acer just to see if it can take out 4 again and just burst through it. What we want to see, well, as I'm talking, see it's yeah, but the spread is now a dime also. But what we want to see, and we're not going to see that volume, okay? But we want to see a nice big volume bar, to kind of give us some confidence that there's some enthusiasm about getting into the stock. Real, you are on the way down, my friend. Real. Real has a stock named after him. I've got 2 stocks named after me. We've got BE from yesterday, and then if I get my middle initial, we got BKE. Fun facts. All right, so the spread is tightened up a bit. 407, 412, a little bit, 402, 407. And you're right about, there's the VWAP for it, the 390. So it's just over the VWAP. If we get a bid of about 413, 417-ish bid ask, I might take that trade. But I don't expect a whole amount because, the high was 437. So we'll have to see. But it's up to you. I'm not telling you to do that, but just watching this Acer, guys, I'd like to see a bid get into the teens, get away from that whole number. Maybe get a bid of around 413 and, a decent spread, no more than 3 or 4 cents. Ugh, okay, well, I did get some. I don't like the spread, though. I did get some. I hope that spread catches up. Got some at 414. I'm just watching, guys. I'm just watching. 414, I'm in at that, and it's, I want to see an explosion. It's at least to the high 20s. Okay, well, that was quick. I took some out at 431. Okay, I'm a little worried about the high right there, 437, that I may not be able to break through. So, I'm just sort of trying to play it. If it takes out that 437, then great. quickly get this in here. Now let's see if it can get back over. It's trying to take out that. I'm going to stick an alert for the high of the day. See if it can take that out. Oops. Okay, looks like. All right, guys, I'm out of it. Took about a 5 cent loss on the part I had left. Now, for me, I still have that alert set at 431, the high of the day. I mean, if it takes that out, then the next level is 450, which could, again, be a bit of a problem. The encouraging thing is that it had such a gap on that halt. So, I mean, you won't see that often anymore. Yeah, and all the I wanted to get back into the Unfee short. I didn't, but I see now it's kind of popped up a bit. Ouch! I'm not back in it. And the red bar ignored. Another red bar ignored on the 15-minute chart for Celdex. 528 would have been the trigger. Okay. Now that does have a topping tail up here, so it's the only iffy part about it. Again, the high of yesterday was 570. My alerts have dried up now, though. I did say it and I took it. I took it. Are you happy? The pop on volume, there was the alert, 248. 248. So I'm in that one at 252. All right, what time is it? Wow, 11:30 already. Okay. Yeah, it looks like it's all over for Acer. Well, it was a quick one. Yeah, I'm in absolute scalp mode today for sure. I'm not trusting it going long anything really, but if I get a quick hit on something, I'll probably, I'll take some instant profit and then, hang on to a piece to see what happens. But real mention serve. Yeah, actually, that's definitely bucking the trend. Nice. How did ACB do? Did it hold or did it? Yeah, not really, but it's okay. Now I understand that Isaiah has some kind of a conference call at 5 o'clock. Yeah, I mean, with the Acer, I mean, again, I'm not a big bounce player, but yeah, I mean, there's where it got halted at 330. There's huge topping tails for it, though. Huge topping tails for Acer on the 15-minute chart. On a bus. All right, well, pretty ugly. I mean, this is just, I mean, for what to, I mean, it's an ugly, I mean, it's just been down, down, down on the daily chart. Though you've got these again, topping tails and bottoming tails, big topping tail there. I mean, this looks like it's, you might get some support around one. Yeah, kind of know that. I was kind of kidding, Fox. I was kind of pulling in trade's leg a little bit. Okay, but thank you. Yes. Well, Don. Yeah. I mean, virtually every broker you can do that. I mean, I can't imagine that there's not one broker that you can put a stop loss in. Okay, and then with Trade Ideas, if you had an interactive brokers account, you could actually do it right on our charts. Put a stop loss right in our charts. Yes, there is a way in which you can do it for every trade. Yes, you can set up what we call here. Now, I'm going to also give you. Do you have an Interactive Brokers account? Just let me ask you that. You joined Interactive. You have an IB account. Really? Okay. Well, when you do get going, when you do get going, then I am going to encourage you to watch this video. Okay. Because what you can do is you can set up what we call. Who was the genius that alerted us to Isaiah? See, aren't you glad we've kissed and made up? Just a minute, I got a hungry kitty. Just a second. CLDX guys, did I get a piece? I didn't get what I wanted, but I got some. Not what I wanted. Just give me a second here as I key in this link. So I'll answer your question. Who asked the question about the SMAs? Yeah, so you can set it up. You'll see that you can set up what we call one-click trading. All right, and you can set up your own strategies with a stop in place and a dollar amount that you want to risk per trade. So yes, it can be all preset, just like you want. But if you watch that video, it's a great video. Okay, about 27 minutes long, but I think it's well worth it. You know, if you're going to use your real money, you should watch that video. It goes over virtually everything. Okay, not my layout, Harry. I mean, you can I should do a video about how to do all this, but anyway, if you click from the toolbar, you click on New and then Channel Bar and then My Windows, okay? But remember, everything in a channel bar is a layout. You'll get these three plus a couple of charts, okay? But it's a layout, so make sure you save your layout to the cloud first. Everything else is I'm sharing. It's not because I have some. Not everybody wants my entire layout. It's that simple. So if you click on scans, you'll see all the scans that I'm sharing. Okay, or if you click on the Room Drive icon, scans that I share, download. And then you can kind of pick and choose the scans that you might want to take a look at. And then the ones that you want to keep, you save them to your cloud. All right, so you'll always have them. And then you can also incorporate them into your layout. Okay? Okay, so we don't have. Just a second, I'm just going to keep putting my price alerts a little higher for Isaiah. So we don't have a cross like that, okay? You're talking about on a daily chart, 20 period. Are you talking about on a daily chart? Or are you talking about an intraday chart? I'm talking to you, J-Backs. Okay, excuse me, JBax, can you hear me? JBax, calling JBax. Oh, okay. Yeah, I know, but what time frame? What time frame? Oh, okay, 2 minutes. So you're talking about, okay, 2 minutes. So I don't know if we even have that. So you're talking about the 20 and the 200? Okay, so we do have the 20 crossed above on the 2 minute. So we do have it, so just try it. 20 period SMA crossed above the 200 period SMA on the 2 minute time frame. So there's your answer. We do have an alert. Okay? Well, guys, you know what I had to do. Second here. I'm going to get my marks in. Just put these in for when I do my video. So I took some out at right at 282. A little worried it won't go through the whole number, so I took some out at 282. Well, there's nothing I can share. I mean that's the alert. I can't tell you afterwards what filters you're going to use. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what I can do for you. I mean that's the alert you can use. After that, I have no special insight into what you're trying to do. So when you say you're not doing it right now, the only thing is that 2 minute 2 minutes should be okay. The bar has to close. You know, so you may not get the alert right at the time of the cross because the 2 minute candle has to close. And that I know a lot of people don't like that, but that's just the way it is. Oh, sugar, sugar, sugar. Look at the unfee now. Wow. Great. Nice alert. So two longs, 248. It hit 286. The Wafu, of course, 1251. It did hit 1545. Let's see what these ones have done. 2436, 2416. Duluth, 767. It hasn't moved yet. The Xper, 1230. Yeah, 1210. And the Unfee, wow, 1699 down to 1612. So the watch list has been pretty darn good today, guys. I really didn't know what to expect. but the market now is really starting to drift down more and more. But what are you trying to do exactly? I mean, you have the alert. I'm not sure what you're trying to do. I understand you want the scanner, but what is the scanner supposed to do? I mean, you have the alert. Now it's up to you to put in maybe your price range and a minimum volume and other things that so you can reduce the universe of stocks down. But I mean, I can give you a scanner with minimum volume, relative volume, price range, and that alert if that's what you want. But I don't know. I don't know if it's going to mean anything. Okay, so Chima, you're talking about in on say the daily charts previous previous days. Is that what you're talking about? Look, okay, guys, Isaiah. Look, I may be wrong. It may just blast right through three. Okay, JBX, we're going around in circles, but I will I will show you. I will give you. Okay. All right, here you go. Here's an alert. Here's your price range. I mean, you haven't told me anything what price range you want. Current volume's at least one, so it's trading at least, normally, and the minimum of 100,000 shares. Now it's up to you to adjust these filters if you want, but there's your alert. But have you ever created an alert window before? Have you ever created an alert window before? Have you ever created an alert window before? Okay, well, what I was saying is that there was your alert. That's all you had to do was just, go and add the alert. Search for it, and then when you have it, then they just, check it and add it. That's it. Anyway, here it is. That's why I was confused when you said, "Can you build it for me?" Because if you've created an alert window before, I showed you where the alert is. All you had to do was just, build your criteria in terms of price range and volume and all that, and add the alert. But anyway, there it is. Okay, Chima. Yes, if I think you're talking about if you right click on the chart, I think this is going to help. If you right click on the chart, go to properties and uncheck show indicators. Okay? Okay, guys, I'm all out of the Isaiah, and I'm going to be taking my break very soon. So I'm all out of the Isaiah. If it takes out three, maybe I'll look at getting it again. Oh, I see those little flags. I'm not sure you can get rid of them. Let me. Just let me see here. Yeah, I don't think you can get rid of them. Tomorrow they'll be gone, I believe, but not. I don't think you can get rid of them during the day. You know, it's just telling you the buy and the sell. Yeah, I don't think you can get rid of them during the day, even when you close out the trade. I'm pretty sure they disappear tomorrow, though. But yeah, intraday, yeah, you can't get rid of them. Definitely had to do some multitasking today. All right, guys. So I'll be taking my break in about 5 minutes or so. Check to see who is on today. All right, guys. Remember Ballard? How beautiful it was yesterday on the way up. It's looking beautiful now on the way down. BLDP. Whew. Well, the market is definitely not no trend today on the way up. I thought maybe that little green candle, that first 15-minute green candle, might have started, and even that second one. At one point, it was green, and no, and then that, and now we're really starting to drift down. Okay, guys, I'll be back in just a couple of minutes. All right, back again, and 11:52. So I'll be taking again my break in about 2 or 3 minutes, okay? And Jamie Hodge will be taking over in the YouTube room. Greetings to Roddy and JB. Well, I think they're one of the few reasons in stock. I mean, people are worried that there could be another outbreak. With all the lack of social distancing, we'll say, could be another outbreak. There's now another oil glut out there that's putting a damper on the energy stocks, of course. Oh man, oh man, oh man. I wish I had got back into my Unfee short. Look at this now, guys. 16.99, 15.77. Everybody should trade, exactly. Keep an eye on Expert, guys. I mean, if Expert takes out 12 and the market continues like this, I wish I should be back in that Unfee trade. It was easy to get too. Though it was probably down 10% yesterday too. Expert will be, I don't know what it was down yesterday. Let's see. Just worried about the uptick rule. Guys, keep an eye on NK here. NK is making signs right there. This had quite frankly, one heck of a press release. I mean, again, whether it'll amount to anything or not, we're going to hope it does, but it had one heck of a press release this morning. I mean, it's still up 20%. Huge volume. 5 million shares for it. 28 million in the float, so it's not an excessive float. Hey, guys, here's another one. DRAD. DRAD. Look at DRAD. Look at the volume that's coming into DRAD. By the way, just as I was shutting the room down yesterday, or maybe a little bit afterwards, there was a tremendous one from the basic new highs and lows. One of those, I think another little bio. Do you guys remember what that one was? I remember seeing it. It was like went from, I don't know, 4 to 6 or something like that, or 4 to 550. I don't know if you remember that one. It was, I just shut down the room. I'm really excited about seeing these after 1 o'clock. These ones that are come out of nowhere. They've been basing all day, and then all of a sudden they get some volume. This is what. What are the S alerts that I have there? S alerts. Are you talking about the single stock window? JBEX? No, it wasn't JFIN. No. It was something we hadn't even seen all day. It's just a single stock window. Click new, and then single stock window. Boy, guys, I was just going to tell you guys about WAFU taking out 10 again. Look out, this could have another little run. The single stock window. So, I mean, this is you can put the information that you want in here. These are just filters. Configure, and then search, and these are all these just filters that you can put in. And so these are the ones I like to see. Obviously the float and the earnings date. Oh, the other two. Oh, I see, the other two. So this is just the. If you click on the similar tab, so this is going to look for stocks that are in the same sector. So I duplicated it twice. I duplicated this window twice, put them here, and then I sort on the change from the close. So I want to see the ones that are up the most in the sector, and then I also sort the other way so I can see the ones down the most in the sector. So this is all comparing within a sector. I don't know if I can share. I guess I could, but what you should do is just get. Do you have the single stock window? Duplicate it. You don't have to share it. Just duplicate it. Right click, duplicate. So you'll probably have it on the details, right? So just right click, duplicate it. Here it is, and then click similar. And then you can do it twice. Duplicate it again. Okay, duplicate it again. And then all I've done is this is the change from the percent close column. Okay, and I just right click a couple of times to sort it. Everything is down in this one. Okay? Keep an eye on NK, guys. NK looking interesting. There's only one way to configure it. This is a default. You can't make any changes here. Okay, you can't put in different columns. So it's not a matter. It's not the right way or the wrong way. It's the only way. Okay. Okay, I am going to be stopping the YouTube streaming. Jamie. There's only one way to configure it. This is a default. You can't make any changes here. Okay, you can't put in different columns. So it's not a matter. It's not the right way or the wrong way. It's the only way. Okay.
Hello, hello, hello.
Okay, I am going to be stopping the YouTube streaming. Jamie. There's only one way to configure it. This is a default. You can't make any changes here. Okay, you can't put in different columns. So it's not a matter. It's not the right.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Can anybody hear me? Let me know in the chat panel, ladies and gentlemen. I see my screen, but I was hearing old audio from Barry. I don't know if the stream's lagging a little bit, so if someone could let me know if they can hear me okay. Testing, testing. All right, Mike, so I'm coming through loud and clear, yes? Let me just pop my chat out here, make sure it is not behind. Okay, perfect. All right, there must have been just a little bit of lag there, but I think it's cleared up now. All right, good little crowd in here. Welcome everyone to my desktop. Here we are at the live support session, giving Barry a little break. Feel free to pop in any questions that you might have about trade ideas in general. Any aspects of the program I'd be happy to address. And there you have it. So, what is this strange color I see? What is all this burgundy and red? Something that we haven't seen a whole lot of as of late. And of course, it did manifest itself in a significant gap down, which doesn't surprise me whatsoever. That's typically the way they do it. Heaven forbid us traders get to participate in this move down. You had to place your bets beforehand and kind of take that overnight risk, but such is the markets. We can pull up the tracking ETF, Damien. Excuse me. VXX, the tracking ETF. This is the VIX instrument that we track. And for such a red day, it looks like the AI is holding its ground pretty good, not knocking it out of the park, nothing to write home about, but holding its own. What do we got here? 7 signals thus far. 2.0 just kind of flatten out on one signal there, where 1.0 is up a smidge on one trade, and Neo kicking out 5 signals. Of course, that's no surprise since it's the most aggressive of the AI trio there. And you know, after the first little run this morning, we're just kind of dribbling down lower and lower. Where it stops, nobody knows, but we can kind of make some guesstimates here based on this little area down here that might act as support or butting up to this 20 period SMA. Looks kind of like a manifest destiny right there. And the tracking ETFs, the volumes are not normal. All of them are significantly above normal. SPY kicking out 1.87 on relative volume. It's starting to wane a little bit on these lower time frames here as we dribble on down and put in these wicks here. So we'll have to see if it can find some purchase down here. But as I said earlier, we do have a good little crowd in here, so if you have any questions, please do not be shy. We had some pretty crazy signals from the AI over the past few trading sessions. This was one to remember from a couple of days ago. CHK kind of caught everybody off guard here. And boy, look at that AI buy signal right there. Of course, on that day, got stopped out by a smidge, but that's why we always say, hey, it's not just the initial entry signals that can be quite interesting on the AI. A lot of the times, when the AI is making an exit, we might want to pay attention to it because, well, the AI is not the most proficient closer of trades, right? The real value is in the statistical probability. And this is the classic example right here of seeing the AI get stopped out, but noticing the pattern that was being implemented, or the pattern that was unfolding, I should say, on that day. Nice little tight consolidation, and then boom, look at that move. CHK caught everybody off guard here, going from 47 up to 77, a 30-point rip on a stock that probably nobody ever thought that that type of move would occur, but it did. Interesting day on the following day, and then followed up with a massive gap down. So definitely some excitement in that one. But the initial AI signal got stopped out, but it turned out to be a pretty good what we call trade around. And all my favorite windows here were pretty active, but they're just kind of stalling out right now. Not a lot of things hitting all-time highs. On the other side of that coin, not a whole lot of things hitting all-time lows. Now these guys being so slow, interesting as well. There are always stocks going up in a down market and always stocks going down in an up market. And for those types of plays, I always like to look at my high volume, high of day tickers. Of course, no big surprise to see a lot of the gold and silver miners taking little uptrends today. Typically go inverse with down markets, up markets. All right, I see your question coming through there. Want to see tickers making new high when the 5-period RSI is below 15. Okay, let's just take one of these tickers right here and duplicate it. Tickers, I should say alert windows to be proper. And just so everybody knows this is an alert window, I'm going to remove my small borders. So if you're a new user and you can't see if it's an A or a T window, you just come to properties and you remove that small borders. Then you'll get that identifying tag up there in the upper left-hand corner. All right, so 5-minute, we can use the 5-minute RSI. Just pop in here and find the RSI filters. Just add that guy on there. Now, let me know if you want me to remove or change any of these other filter settings, because in these high of day tickers here for the big cap things that are ripping up, I'm using the 1-minute volume filter of 3x normal, as we can see right here in this box. I'm also chalking up a little bit of relative volume. Not too massive there, but 1.2. The big deal here is that I'm not requiring any minimum daily volume requirements, because when the market cap is 4 billion or higher, typically those stocks are going to be liquid enough. You're not going to have to worry about stumbling across something that's thinly traded with large spreads. Not saying that it doesn't happen from time to time, but usually that's very identifiable from looking at the chart. So let's add that, and you said the setting below 15. So if we want it below 15, we'll just set a max of 14.9 in here, and we'll see how that changes up the landscape here. Let's see. So we can see here, not a lot of stocks meeting the criteria with that RSI setting. The last one that came out was about 16 minutes into the open there, WMB. Now, of course, I don't have RSI on my charts, but we could add it if we wanted to. I'm going to go ahead and add that. We can see RSI down here, but let's make sure we're looking at the right period. So we'll come back in here and we'll modify that one for a 5 period. RSI. So I think this is what you're getting at there, Aya. You want 5 periods based on the chart, but all we have available in the alert or in the filter version is the 5-minute. So these probably are not going to match up here. But as you can see, right, as you can see, you know, RSI represented down here by the red line is definitely on a little downslope there. Now, let's see something here. Let's remove this and then see. Nope. Okay, there we go up there. All right. Oh, no, that's my, no, that is it. Let's see, my 10, my 50, my 200. But I'm thinking that's bleeding over from the 20 period over there, the red line. Ah, no, that is my, well, I'm not sure about that. Let me just remove this and see if it goes away. A little confused here, stand by. So what we're going to do is we're going to remove RSI now and see if that, okay, yeah, that is my moving average. RSI only available down here in the status line. But getting back to the point, since the 5-minute is the smallest time frame that we have here, you can see not a whole lot of hits. Expand that out so we can see the date. And after that first 5-minute period, or excuse me, the first 16, 17-minute period, it pretty much dried up. Now we could try to loosen it up a little bit by coming back in here, getting rid of the market cap, and just going with something kind of generic like a 300K requirement over the past 5 days and just see if that changes the landscape up that much. And, you know, it really doesn't. There we go. We're seeing the same type of thing there. Now, if we did it with the things hitting lows, which I know was not your question, I just want to see if we get a lot more stuff popping in here, which I think we will. 14.9. It's just the nature of the day. And of course, we do get many, many more. So the things that are up with volume typically aren't falling below that level on the RSI, just due to the nature of the market today. So I don't know if that was helpful or not. It's just you're not getting a whole lot even when we shrink the volume levels down here. Now we could try to thin it out just a little bit more and go, you know, we don't care if the volume is high, but that kind of defeats the purpose. But we probably, I don't know, like even if we strip all those filters off, that's just a thing that's not happening a lot today when we're talking about things that are in an uptrend. You're just not going to see these RSI levels that low. So excuse me, hopefully that makes sense. And while we're waiting for some questions to stream in here, I'm just going to pull up Let's see here. Of course, most of you are probably already aware that we started ingesting the small exchange data. Of course, this little guy's been going up with the market, the SM75, which is their futures product, which is looking at 75 very active stocks across 5 different sectors. And we just launched not too long ago. This is day 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, day 9 of the small exchange products being launched. And you can see that entire history. And of course, these things are typically going to go with the market. Hey, Debbie. I recognize that name. It's been a long time. How are you? How do you make your sound settings in the strategy trades window permanent? When I reload them, I need to go in and set it again. Okay, should be a pretty simple fix here. Now, I'm assuming you're talking about the strategy trades for the AI. So when we right click and we go down to actions, you can see I've got the play sound, right? And I see I'll make that change here in a minute. Play sound, set up your sound. Once you do that and it's active, then what you'll need to do is go back and save your default layout. So if you save your default layout after you make that change, Debbie, it should stick. It should stick. Sometimes people save their layout to the cloud thinking that will open up by default, but just a quick refresher here. Local, save. This saves to your hard drive, and it is where the default layout resides. And Stephen, the AI only looks at equities right now. Now, every once in a while, it might flag an ETF as a signal if it's exhibiting the pattern that the strategy was designed to look for. But no, Holly, the AI is pretty much equities only. Few ETFs sneak in from time to time. Now, having said that, eventually, kind of circling back around here to the small exchange, you can see these are all the products that are currently trading. The SM75 is definitely the most active one thus far. We got the precious metals and the dollars, but you can see the number of contracts that have traded thus far in each instrument. So keep this in mind. Since we're already taking in the small exchange data and they are, these are futures products, wouldn't be surprising at all to see them in the not too distant future come up with a product that mimics the S&P minis, in which case after this data, we archive all the data for every tick of every stock for a period of approximately 64 trading days, and we're only on day 9 of the small exchange. So once that pipeline of data gets full and let's say they launch a new product, then it would be totally feasible for Holly to flag one of those as an AI signal. But we have to wait for that data pipeline to get full and of course that product to be born. But it's possible now, whereas in the past it wasn't even a probability. So I hope that makes sense. Okay, Aya, let's remove the distance from inside market. I think that's what you were getting at, right? And I don't think it's going to have a big impact if this filter right here is what you were talking about, but let's just see, because all this filter does is make sure that the print that's going to result in the trade isn't outside of the spread, right? Because most of the time that's going to be a garbage tick or a bad print. So I'm going to remove that. Now we just have the RSI, keeping out the ETFs with the earnings per share filter working in this capacity, and the RSI setting and some pretty thin volume requirements. And there you go. Once again, last alert 846. Now we could run a little exercise here and just go, you know what? I'm going to spawn a new top list and I'm going to blank it out completely. All I'm going to do here is add that 5-minute RSI filter. And we're going to, what the magic number was 14.9, I think. Just to see, with no filtering out there and stocks hitting highs on the day, which would mean, if we're doing it with a top list, we'd have to find the position and range of the day. And there we have it. And we could say, okay, if we wanted it highs, it'd have to be 100%, right? Let's also show that as a column for the 5-minute RSI and just see. Okay, check that out. If it's at highs, are there any stocks in the market? And you can see here right now, I've got all my exchanges checked. We're looking at all symbols. And right now, anything that is at a high, we're not seeing that volume requirement. Now, if I removed this factor here, what would happen? Okay, tons of stocks with 5-minute RSI below the 15 metric, but none of them at highs for the day. Cool little research project we just did there. Okay, questions scrolling in. Just kind of back up here so I don't miss anybody. All right, Debbie, you have multiple layouts that you've established as my channels, so I switch. Okay, then you would need to make, go to each one of those layouts, and depending on whether or not you've saved them locally or in the cloud, obviously, if they're all local saves, you would just need to go in here, find the ones that you've saved and load them up, and then make the changes and resave those particular layouts, because each layout is independent. So, you have to do it for each layout, then save each layout, whether that's locally or the cloud. The process is the same there. And once you make those changes and save the layout, then you should be good to go. All right, Otto, popping out some symbols for us to take a look at here. Let's take a look at old Blink. I'll pull my single stock window over here as well so we can check out. Yep, massive volume. Especially on a day like today, ladies and gentlemen, if you're looking for stocks that are going up in a down market, volume isn't the holy grail, but it can certainly be advantageous, especially in stocks that are fighting the trend there. So yeah, Blink usually kicking out, let's see, where's that 3-month average there? My eyes are playing tricks on me. There we go. 355,000 shares typically, already kicking out 2.5 million there. So that is definitely one that is on the rise there. We got CLDX, massive relative volume, going up, fighting the trend. Check out the past couple of days. I mean, what a beautiful little excursion that CLDX has taken. And, we were just talking about this yesterday. A lot of these bottoming patterns are starting to get launched. Of course, a lot of them are going to be in the biotech space. WAFU, that one sounds familiar as well, since it is a AI trade from the morning. Whew, look at that. Look at that relative volume number right there. Why is that? Because on the 3-month average, this little guy is only kicking out 34,000 shares a day, typically. So this guy is definitely going Richter in a big way. Thanks for bringing those up, Otto. All right, Stephen, does the standard plan allow for sim paper trading? You can paper trade with the basic package. Now, that doesn't include automation of Holly signals, right? That would require a premium subscription. But you can right-click, you can click on these trades right here. Like if I pull my, let me find my Brokerage Plus window here real quick. As you can see, I have been running Holly in auto mode this morning. These are the trades. Got re-entries active as well. But watch what happens here when I click on a symbol. Well, actually, let me just move this up here. So if I click on a AI signal here, it loads the symbol into the field there, and I can quickly buy or sell any of the AI signals, which is, not automation, but you would have access to that in the basic package. let's see here. An easy way to transfer symbols from a top list to a symbol list without saving them to an Excel file. Yeah, we can do that. We can do that. I will show you the easiest way to do that. Okay. Let me get this top list back up here. Okay. Let's say, let's just take a peek here and see. Set record. I think I'm showing 100. Okay. This top list is currently displaying 100 stocks on the list. So if I want to capture all these symbols right here, I just click and drag until I get down to the bottom of the column. Once I do that, making sure that the column is still highlighted, I just hit Control C on my keyboard like that. Then we come over to Tools, find the symbol list that we want to throw these guys into. I'll just quickly create a new one. So we'll just call it Paste. It'll show up at the bottom here. Click on that guy, hit Edit List, make sure my cursor's in there, and then I could either right click and say Paste or just hit the old Control V, and there we have it. Now you can see Paste has 100 symbols in there. Easy peasy. No spreadsheet required. No problem. Debbie? Okay, Stephen, so your question about is it real time, you're talking about the automation of the AI signals, and yes, that is in real time. Of course, there's always going to be a little bit of lag, right? Real time is a slippery slope. Matter of fact, as far as networks go, there's no such thing as a zero lag environment. Now you can get pretty close, you know, but for example, right here, if you check out my TI toolbar, my ping time currently is 27 milliseconds between where I am in Texas to the servers in California. It takes 35 milliseconds approximately for the signal to get there and back to me, which is only, you know, a millisecond is 1/1000th of a second. So keep in mind that the events that we all look for as traders, the chart patterns, but we can just simplify things and call them events, right? It's just a collection of filters and alerts. So that thing happens in real time at the exchange. And then the information gets sent out, gets processed, gets sent to our servers, and then it comes onto your desktop and you see the event unfolding. Then you pull it up and you're like, hey, that looks good. But by the time you decide to buy or sell that thing, go long or short, maybe 5 seconds has passed, right? So, you know, we're always going to take slippage, right, from the price where the alert was generated until the time that we decide to hit it. So technically we call that real time, right? But is it really real time? Not really. The closest thing to real time is being co-located at the exchange, and even then, instead of measuring the delay time in milliseconds, well, they go up to microseconds, 1/10,000th of a second, and they're even doing it in nanoseconds these days, 1/1,000,000th of a second. And that's on a local network, so you can get close to a zero latency environment, but the gap is getting smaller and smaller. Just a little nerd information there for everybody. But for all practical purposes, if the AI were to spit out another symbol, simultaneously you would see that symbol appear on my blotter here because I've got all the strategies active. Yep, you can mirror Holly manually using BASIC. You don't have the option to automate Holly in the BASIC package. All right, Debbie, see your next question about the strategy trades window. Does it just show trades from Holly and not? Oh no, it shows from every AI module. You know, so far we've got 5 signals from Neo, and if I sort over here by segment, you can see these were all the Neo trades right here. The segment identifies which module generated the signal. So we got 5 from Neo, then we got 1 from Grail, and 1 from Holly 2.0. Of course, if you go to segments, you have to have it on all. If you only want to watch a particular segment, you know, when I go to Grail, then we're just going to have one. Go to Neo, we're going to see the 5. But the way I like to do it, as well as most people, we want to see all of them. So hopefully that's easy fix for you there, Debbie. Yeah, Otto, quantum, the quantum computer topic is still kind of like very science fiction-y. Um, but I would, if I had to make a bet, do you really think Goldman Sachs isn't implementing some type of quantum computer in their trading? I would think they probably are. Now, how does that impact us? Doesn't. But yeah, quantum computing is the future. All right, Debbie, good. A little chatter about Apple on one of my back channels. Yeah, Apple's trying to roll over a little bit. And, at least today we don't have the Qs up and the SPY down as we've been seeing this bifurcated market here lately. And you might be saying, well, why did the Qs just hit all-time highs before they're taking this little peel off down here to probably this line right here? Looks like an area of potential support here. Well, that's because it's disproportionately weighted between all the big cap tech stocks, Google's, Amazon's, Facebook, right? All the companies that continue to print money, even with the big lockdown in play, those companies continue to thrive and even thrive more than they were before that situation unfolded because, hey, everybody's been stuck at home and working from home and using a lot more internet-based tools like Zoom and all that good stuff. Nobody ever thought that there'd be a group of what have been termed virus stocks to focus on during this little pandemic thingy that we've had. And of course, they're mainly the work from home type stocks like Work and Zoom, which did quite well during the whole process here. Work just taking the big gap down not too long ago. But as you can see, up until that point, nice little bounce off that bottom that was put in there, along with tons of other stocks. Pardon me while I check my back channel one more time, make sure. Okay. The questions panel, I do believe we're all caught up on, so if I missed anything, let me know. And I tell you what, Sean has created the Smalls channel, so if any of you are interested in starting to follow these products, you can click on the Small Exchange channel that was recently created. And here are some of the windows that might be of interest. And as far as the broker-dealers go that are going to offer these products for trading, we're told that Interactive Brokers is going to offer them soon. Tastyworks, Tasty Trade, they're already tradable there. And the cool thing about the small products is that they're not subject to the pattern day trading rule. So you're going to get things that move like stocks, but you can trade them over and over again as many times as you like, unlike being subject to the pattern day trading rule, which only, I believe the limit is maybe 3 trades per week. So it's going to be very interesting moving forward to see what new blends are created, because they could take 5 stocks and make a futures product, 10 stocks, 100 stocks, or the first liquid one here contains 75 stocks, and they're not going to rebalance those mixes for 1 year. So it's going to be pretty interesting moving forward. We're very excited about the small products here. We've done some redesign on a lot of the channels here. What used to be called Channel 4, now the Trader's Vault, which contains all of my favorite windows, Andy's, Steve's, and Sean's. which to the tune of high volume momentum type plays, we've got quite a few to choose from here. You can see these are my turbo breaks up and down right here, the regular versions and the ones that are at all-time highs and all-time lows. And then you've got Andy's favorite windows here. Extreme Master Blaster, very popular. Extreme Volume High-Low Pro, a very popular momentum scanner as well. There's the CLDX that Otto was just referencing, taking another run up. Right, Deb, yeah. On the pattern day trading rule. Funny thing about the pattern day trading rule is, man, I forget what year it was implemented. I want to say 99 or 98. It was back in the internet boom, which was a great time. It was like no other when all the internet stocks were being born and the internet was just kind of gaining steam. All of a sudden they're like, you know what? We got to protect you guys. We're gonna institute this rule for your protection. There's too many people getting beat up in the stock market. So they threw that rule out there and claimed it was for, hey, this is going to protect you. Well, don't really agree with that. I think it was more of an anti-competitive clause that was thrown in there to, just imagine if you've got 10, 20, 30,000 day traders out there. Well, that's competition for the big boys, right? All of a sudden, you make them unable to trade unless they've got 25,000 in their account. Boy, you've cut the competition significantly, right? So that's what happens a lot of times with these rule changes. I guess the premium example of that is, myself and Steve and Andy and Dan and Brad, everybody here at the company, we all came into the market back in the mid 90s to take advantage of the SOES system, which was great. I mean, once you learned how to proficiently use the small order execution system, which by the way was invented in 1984 and really mandated for everyday use after the crash of 87, it was a great cottage industry. We were doing extremely well. And then what happened? Around about 2000, 2001, they're like, hey guys, we're going to create this super SOES system for you. Now you're really going to love it because it's just going to be better than SOES. Well, guess what? It wasn't. It was the exact opposite. So that was another example of them bringing a rule to the party going, well, this is for you guys. It's going to improve your trading. When in actuality, what it did is it dispensed with all the way, it dispensed with a cottage industry that was flourishing, for the small guy. But, is what it is. Just a quick history lesson about regulators when they come in and say, hey, we're going to do this to protect you. Typically, it's for the opposite. Yeah, and that's cool about not counting against you, Debbie, as a trade if it's something that you are already in. Let's go back to my default layout here. I need my bigger charts. Take a look at that CLDX. Okay. You know what I like about this? It's so simple. We could mark off the highs of yesterday, or we could just mark off this little opening 1, 2, 3, 4. I mean, when it comes to simplicity, you just can't get any simpler, right? So we already knew CLDX was in play because probably coming across a lot of tickers. We're seeing massive volume in it, not only in the relative volume level right here, but check out these smaller time frames. 5-minute volume, 5.2, 5,200, okay? If we divide by 100, we get a factor of 52, now 56 times normal on the 5-minute level. So a nice little calm opening hour period here, kind of goes up here and pops a high in the first 1, 2, 3, 4 in the first hour. We could even snuggle that down just a little bit more. And then look, boom, it breaks that range. And then off to the races, right? What a nice little range break, especially with the temperature of the market today. Everything's going down, not CLDX. Not only did it set up beautifully, but it's doing massive volume. If you were trying to assess risk here, Typically on an intraday range break, I would take the prior 15-minute candle, not including the entry candle. I'd mark off a few pennies below that candle as my stop loss. So what would we be risking here? If this level was 460 and the break occurred right about 481, we're risking 20 cents here, okay? And currently 483 up to 713. Wow. I mean, what a move. What a move. So if we get rid of this line here, risk down here, reward up here. How many times could you squeeze this into this space right here? If I just had to guess, probably over 10 times. Very nice risk to reward ratio on a pretty tight setup there on that CLDX. Beautiful, beautiful. Yeah, Otto. I've been seeing the PS5 screenshots pop out. We were talking about this just the other day, myself and Michael Noss, who are both avid gamers. Getting two different versions of the way it looks. So you're like, okay, which one's real? One looks kind of like a scanner. I'm like, weird. But yeah, maybe that'll give Sony a little pop. But yeah, CLDX, what a trade. What a nice intraday risk. What a nice intraday move. All staying well above that 10-period fast line there on the intraday chart. And a lot of people were thinking, hey, what's gold is pretty much, it's been hemming and hawing around in this upper range here. But yesterday, after this candle was put in, thinking to myself, well, gold's closing pretty strong. Might not be too long before it comes up here and tests these highs again. And boy, it'd be nice to get a little downturn in the overall market, because sometimes gold will run inverse, flight to safety, whatever you want to call it. But not today. Not today. Getting a little weak, actually. They actually opened slightly lower and then made a nice run and starting to come back. Will gold pop new highs anytime soon? A lot of people are thinking 1,800 an ounce in the not too distant future, but you never know. It's one of those things you just have to pick a spot, take some acceptable risk, and hopefully you're in it when it goes. All right. Questions panel is open for questions. Yeah, a little bit about the gaming industry. I haven't even looked to see what the value is now. I remember back in the olden times, late 90s, it had already dwarfed Hollywood. I think it was to the tune of 50 billion. Hollywood was only like 5 billion as far as overall revenues go, and I haven't even bothered to look over the past 20 years to see what the gaming sector is even worth these days, but it's got to be massive. Every new Call of Duty is like a new movie, right? And all you have to do is download it. All right, talking about high volume, my go-to typically is my volume radar, which of course, hey, check it out, CLDX number 2, definitely showing crazy relative volume. Of course, I've got this sorted by relative volume, so Duo's got more relative volume, but it's gone to sleep on the lower time frames. But you can see CLDX volume is still pumping big time. 30x on the 1 minute, 32x on the 5, and 45x on the 10-minute levels there. Isaiah. Triple fours down here on the relative volume. 5-minute volume, almost, well, we'll just call it almost 8.5 times normal. Another nice little setup here. Not quite as pretty as the CLDX, but the theme is the same. Mark off the low, Mark off the high here. Takes a little dip down, puts in its low. Nice little bottoming wick there. Coming back up here, starts pecking through that high. Just barely got through it there, and then really pushed through here. So anywhere in these two candles right here would have been a great entry. If we were trying to assess risk there, we'd use that prior 15-minute candle right there. Entry here, never really threw a wiggle. Nice little continuation up. And this guy probably gonna experience a little bit of supply back through this area right here. But hey, very nice intraday move. 247 up to 310. We'll take that gain all day. Nank West. Decent volume on the relative scale, 10. Still at 4 times normal on the 5. This one a bit uglier. You know, a lot of energy expenditure before we pop that high. So typically on a range break, don't like to see that big of a expenditure before we get to that level up here. See, a lot of steam was used getting up here. What happened? It broke it, and now it's starting to fall back down again. Versus the CLDX, which was nice and tight. Hardly any energy expenditure to get through that level right there. Yep, what do we got there? We got a high of 718. Nice move on the CLDX. All right, so on the top list, we can just kind of eyeball the relative volume and then eyeball the smaller time frames, or we could throw a sort and go, okay, let's just see all the things with the highest 5-minute volume level right now. Of course, we lose our color gradient. It goes a little wonky because I have this one colorized by relative volume. But we can do it that way. NK, there's NK, IRM, doing some decent volume, but looking more like a short than a long at this point in time. Yeah, and let's see here. That's 1 minute, 5 minute. And as you can see, out of 100 stocks here, not a whole lot of stocks meeting minimum relative volume on the 5-minute level of 2 or more. Now let's say I wanted to find more stocks on this list where the 5-minute volume was above 200. Right now we only have, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We got about 12 stocks meeting that criteria right now. But if I wanted to see more, I could always pop in here, go to my record count and go, well, if we're seeing 12 right now, and I took this to 250 stocks, how many would show up? Okay. So now we've got a little bit more. But now that I'm showing double the amount of stocks to the tune of 250 and not 100, we've got a little bit more than 12, but not really that much more. You know what? I need to insert, Debbie, I need to insert this one into the Trader's Vault. I just keep forgetting. So anybody that wants this, I'm just going to drop the cloud link into the chat here, and that way you can have it. Any future plans for being able to change the record window count for an alert window? Change the record window count. Otto, are you talking about converting a top list into an alert window, or because when you say record count, I'm thinking of this guy right here? Ah, you mean, okay, so let me see if I'm following you here. As an alert is produced from an alert window, have it added to the top list? Because when you're talking about an alert window, oh, I think I know what you mean. Okay, so like, let me expand this up and we go to history here, right? And let's say all. Now it's still loading up its list, but then we get to the bottom. Right. Now we get to the bottom. There's still a lot more symbols, but we can't see them. We would have to keep clicking more, right? More, more, more. But we could use the time frame. And we could go, okay, I want to see all trades for today, right? So we could just say start now, which 11:48 today, and show me all of the alerts. So now we're seeing all of them, but we're still going to be confined by that issue, right? We're still going to have to come down here and and request more for each and every time. However, we could do this. We could save contents, right? And we could export the contents to a spreadsheet document. And I do believe that would show you everything instead of dealing with the history in the pane of the alert window there. That would be the only workaround I know for that. Yeah, play around with that, Otto. And it's been a while since I exported history from an alert window to a spreadsheet there. But I think that might get it done. Now, coming back to this volume radar here. Once again, if I sort by 5-minute volume, I lose my gradient. So here's another way we can add color to a top list. If I wanted these to just jump out at me, anything above 200, I could always add custom colors just to this one filter or this one column. So if my magic number was 200, I want greater than 200. I want it to be in yellow. If it's equal to 200, I also want it to be in yellow. But if it's less than 200, let's just leave it dark. And then I would say add, okay, and boom. Now I can leave my default sort so I don't lose my gradient color and quickly scroll through and find the ones that might be of interest to me. That's another way to manage your top list without losing your gradient. All right, looks like we're just eking on down. It's just a slow bleed today, ladies and gentlemen. Hey, just like we were looking at in the CLDX trade, the nice little tight consolidation, we've got the overall S&P tracking ETF exhibiting the same pattern. I mean, doesn't get any cleaner than this, you know? We got the gap down, we had some heavy selling. Market takes a breather for how many periods here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hour and 15 minutes. We're just going sideways, trying to figure out what's going to happen. Boom, we break that range there. Same thing applies. Could have shorted this. Use the prior high of the 15-minute candle, not including the entry candle, as our stop, and we're getting some nice follow through here. Oh, the SPY's too expensive? Well, could have always went long the inverse ETF. Same exact setup here. Funny story. Myself, Andy, Steve, Sean, we're always beta testing the latest builds. So we got a new build from our developers last night, which I'm running right now. And I was watching this exact instrument here as, you know, the first hour was being put in. And I was looking at my compare count windows, and I was seeing metrics that made me think that we were going to try to fill some of the gap here, right? So this is the inverse product. If the SPY was going to go up, fill some of that gap, who knows how much, but that never happened. Then this gap would have been filled to the downside. So I almost pulled the trigger. Instead of going long here on this instrument, I almost pulled the trigger short, but I was like, something doesn't feel right, okay? Lo and behold, there was an issue with the new build, which is why we beta test thoroughly before we roll it out to you guys. So, you know, I almost went the wrong way on this one, didn't pull the trigger. So the right way was going long in the inverse here, which moves inverse from the SPY. And it's cheaper. Only trading at $8.45 right now, so you can get the SPY move by going inverse and trading an $8 product versus a $300 product. Unless you have massive leverage, that's the way to do that. All right, questions panel is open, and we are about 7 minutes from the top of the hour. We're fearless leader Barry will come back and take the reins. Yeah, spreads on the SPXS are typically pretty tight, unless you're trying to buy it while it's ripping. But if you made your bet somewhere in this area right here, SPXS, we got a quick snapshot right here. Bid when I pulled it up 842, offer was 843. So most of the time the SPXS is going to have a penny spread. A lot of liquidity there, but they can move very fast. I remember when a lot of these products first came out. This was back in the 2007, 2008 area. The ProShares. I was like, yeah, they look good, but the spreads were a mile wide. And of course, as more people adopted them and more people came into the game, the spreads eventually tightened up. Let's see, FXU, what is that? First Trust Utilities. Going down on the day, Groupon. Grub was one of the ones fighting the trend earlier. No big surprise there with all the food delivery that's going on these days. That always, I'm perplexed, you see these Taco Bell commercials and you're like, free delivery. Okay, so I'm going to order $3 worth of Taco Bell and you're going to deliver it to me for free? All right, I guess you guys got it figured out somehow. What does it cost? 5 cents to make a taco? Options, yeah, on options, yes. Spreads are going to be significantly higher than one of these tracking ETFs, Deb. Yep, options a much different animal. Other than that, things are kind of, well, other than the overall market just kind of grinding down here. And check out the volume levels on the 5-minute. We're almost doing double on the 5-minute right now. Of course, these are 15-minute candles, but just eking on down here. And, just when we started, 1, 2, 3, we were back here when we started the support session, roughly speaking, right? We were approaching that 20 period, and we have arrived, ladies and gentlemen. So will this 20 period act as support along with this, few days? Well, we're about to find out. It is test time. Of course, we gapped down below that 10 period. Got kind of close to encroaching upon it. Rejection. Got the breakdown. Now the 20 period is definitely in play. Will it be enough to catch it? And of course, playing devil's advocate here. Hey, it's right at the 20. Might be a good time to try to bounce it. And of course, my eyes are drawn to this level here. No guarantee, but if I was thinking about trying to play a bounce on the overall market, maybe get into a little bit here, but hey, be prepared because it always goes a little bit further typically than we think, right? So if you're thinking about playing a bounce play right now, don't just jump in headlong with a full lot. In markets like this, it's better to decrease your size, widen the stops, maybe even allow for 2 or 3 entries on an overall position. All right, got about 2 more minutes before Barry comes back. Last call for questions. Of course, let's see if there's anything high volume flirting with its lows. We can see all these guys are either at or right at their approaching their lows here. Let's check out PGF. Nasty little wick there. And of course, we had an upswing and this taking the staircase down. As these levels were taken out, we're getting a move down. That 10 period keeping a lid on things here. But how much room might we have in PFG? See, we've already gotten below this level of what could have acted as potential support here. So I'd have to kind of take a guess here, just take a stab at this wick right here, kind of butting up against this area right here. And there is the 50 period making an appearance there. As we currently go down 4.5, 4.6% on the Dow, or excuse me, on the SPY. All right, Barry is streaming here. All right, ladies and gentlemen, want to thank everybody for popping in here for the live support session. Always happy to help out. I'm going to be kicking it back over to Barry here. So happy trading. Keep it nimble out there, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Obviously, I'm watching very, very closely Celdex to see if it can hold 7. If it breaks down through 7, I'm out everything again. Just meanwhile, Groupon, big level for it to try to hold is 20. I think that's the low right there. 20, yeah. Takes that out. Look out below. I mean, I say that a lot, but 1874 or so. It's already down 27%. Well, remember I was talking about this one, Ambo, resting right there. And maybe if we got some volume, it could pop it. But nope. Oh, man. Man, guys, look at this. Little 2-bar pullback. Here I was worried it might take out 7. I know I sold some at 690. Hey, it'll be a fun video today. Yeah, I had it twice. The first time just for a little bit of gain, wasn't too, and then I got back in. As I sort of announced that I was back in. It didn't get as much as I wanted because it kind of flew through the price, but now it doesn't matter. No, it just doesn't matter. Well, guys, I'm going to be doing my video pretty soon, another 3 minutes or so. Just looking if there's anything on my watch list that hasn't triggered yet that might be close to triggering, and I don't really see anything. But why even look? CLDX. I'm going to take out 8. 770, no, not quite. Aha, AVCT. No, they're, wow. Now I'm going to be doing my video. I'm going to have half an eye on this, on Celldex, so look at AVCT, guys. AVCT popping also. What did it did yesterday? It got up to 687 or so. So this has room. SPY bouncing back. Well, maybe. I mean, there is a little green bar there. All right, guys. I am going to do my video now. Wow, is WAFU ever losing it now? All right, guys, I am back, and as I said, I had to pay attention to the Celldex. I'm all out of it. Got up, didn't quite get at the high of 828 or anything like that, but down in this area here, so I'm all out of it. And what next? You'd have to give me an example. It's probably some kind of a designation of share, a share designation, or Google that. Google it and see what they come up with. Oh, that's a warrant. I can just see it's a warrant. In this case, anyway, it's a warrant. You see, look at it, it's a warrant. Well, you can trade the warrants like a stock, yes, but it's a warrant. Look it up. You'll see what a warrant's all about. What a warrant is all about. All right, guys. So there, wow, it's a big pullback now for Celdex, but hard to get too upset with you when you gave us this. Okay, a couple questions. Party. What do I think about Party? And then I'll look at Navi. Party. What do I think of Party? Not much. Um, the only good thing, I guess, like a lot of stocks, it has a big bottoming tail today, so it's tried to come back a little bit. Yeah, the market's trying to make a little bit of a recovery. We'll see if that holds. But I mean, it's just in a it hit the 200 day and like a wall and just stopped it. And now ever since that day where it sold off, and then the last 3 days, I have no feeling for it whatsoever. It's just the only, intraday. I mean, the only thing is that it is trying to maybe move out of this five. It's not trading abnormally, 7 million shares, but it's only 0.77, so it's not trading abnormally. And then Navi. Well, I mean, obviously it's had a great run on the 5 minute chart. You'd be chasing it now, also on the 15. Again, it's just one of those, charts that, I mean, I guess if you discount all this ahead of it, all the choppiness, up, down, up, down, up, down. And if you think it's going to, maybe if it rests, because obviously yesterday we had a high of 867. So, but other than that, I just, my I don't want to call it a problem, but the minute I see a chart like this, I just kind of run and I want to find something that looks better. I just don't mess around. I mean, it looks better on the weekly but you're giving up a lot. I mean, if it ever got back up to 930 or so and took all this out, then yeah, it's got a lot of room. Looks a lot cleaner on the weekly if it can get rid of all this. But Well, the SPY today on the 15 anyway has not put together two green candles. So let's see if this is going to be the start. Another 5 minutes for this to close, but it's a very, very narrow one. Very narrow one. Yeah, it's funny. Yeah, I mean, there were a lot of shorts available at IB, 725,000 shorts for, or shares for SBCE. Yeah, I mean, this Service Master is absolutely an alpha stock, completely and utterly bucking the trend. It appears that they've. I don't know if this is an official. Yeah, it's a business update and guidance. It's not their full earnings, but they did that today, right here. Earnings appear to be August 4th, but they look like they did a business update, which has obviously helped the stock today. Well, Zixi was on a tear earlier, so you're probably gonna. It's probably pulled back, and I'm the wrong person. I'm just the wrong person to figure out. Okay, yes, it looks like it's going to keep moving higher from here. You know, this is what I see. I see a pullback, a little. It tried another pullback, so I'd be very wary unless I got a lot of volume coming in. How would you have felt on this pullback here, and then thinking, oh, okay, looks like it's going to start to move, and then you know, it depends where you took it, of course, but then this happens, you're going to try it again, sort of the second pullback. I don't know. That's what I see anyway. But and it would need a lot of volume for me to get interested in that. I'm sorry, do I ever say what technical markers are in play for this? But well, I mean, the only technical marker that I see, of course, is the 200-day moving average. You know, fundamentally, we can all give our opinions as to why the market is moving down today and yesterday. You know, worries about maybe another outbreak. There's an oil glut. All the money they're printing eventually, you know, somebody's going to have to pay for it. You know, all sorts of things like that. But from a technical, purely chart perspective, all I'm looking at right now is that 200-day moving average of 300 and seeing if that's going to hold. So that's it. I mean, I don't get too much more involved. There could be other people in this room that have more that are more technically astute than I am to comment, but That's about all I can say about it. Well, if you knew it was going down, then you must have shorted the whole thing. If you knew it was going down, then you've made a lot of money because you knew it was going down. That's just a dig. Okay. Yeah, that couldn't have helped yesterday. Talking about there's not going to be like a V-shaped recovery for those who are unemployed. But let me ask you this: too much, too fast here, too much, too fast here, too much, too fast here, too much, too fast here. Okay, you know what I'm saying? I mean, at any point around here, people probably were saying, "Well, that's crazy. Well, that's crazy. Well, that's crazy," and finally, it became crazy. It's a little bit of a summary what happens in the room up to that point, Danny. It's probably mainly for people who aren't in the trading room all day long and they don't hear me all day long. But so it's kind of a summary what happened in the room. Yeah, oh, absolutely. It's you just have to sign up for it. If you click on in the link section, can you see the links tab there? And you see where it says my daily video. If you click on that link, then you'll get an email every day with the video. Okay, were you able to find that link? Okay, great. If you sign up right now, you may get today's, but otherwise you'll certainly get tomorrow's. Okay, what time is it? It's 10:33, so I do have a marketing meeting at 2 o'clock. 10:33, I'm sorry, West Coast time, 1:33. So guys, I'm really not that, unless I see something really coming out of this window here later on in the day, my enthusiasm for trading right now is just about nil. It's going to be hard to beat the sell decks. MREO, but I'll always look at stocks. Let's see, MREO. MREO Speedwagon. Okay, let's see. Yeah, I see what you're looking at. Again, I wish I were better at playing these. I mean, I see the consolidation. I'd love to see some volume though, like a big burst of volume taking it through. See, this is to get up to 3, a little over 3. Definitely on the comeback trail, though. I mean, I do remember this one when it got up to 4, but look at the sell-off down to 3. Next day, so the last 4 days basically selling off, trying to come back. What do they do? American Pharma, okay. They'll never say here anyway, but is it a virus play? I don't know. It is a virus play? Okay. Okay, well, listen, there's some volume coming in now. There is some volume coming in, but for me, I always worry about a stock at 285. Is it going to be able to get through 3? That whole number. I know it popped through briefly. Yeah, you read my mind, Real. I was just watching it. That red bar caught my attention. Of course, this, I'm sure you're always aware of this sort of a move here. No, nearly new is only for these two or these three. Okay, no, this doesn't have a symbol that's attached to it, Valerie. No, real is the policeman of the room. You guys step out of line. He would have nailed you earlier this morning. And an excellent trader. Okay. So when I do take my odd vacation, he usually opens the room and he doesn't get live on the mic or anything like that, but he just makes sure there's no nonsense going on. And then during the day, the same thing. Excellent trader. You talk about somebody who has absolute rules that he follows. He's a rules-based trader. Okay, that was not a recovery at all for the SPY. Just watching it here, so a couple of red bars formed. So we could not even get a second green candle. We haven't had 2 green candles in a row. Not yet, anyway. All right, guys. Um, just bide my time here now. Did not get back into the Celdex. Getting a little lag in the charts. Let's see if I can just do a reset, see if that's going to help. A little lag in the charts right now. It's actually a red bar ignored too on the 15-minute chart for Celdex. You have to, I mean, there's a huge topping tail there, but actually I'm a little bit wrong. That bottoming tail is below. Close though. Oh, well, what's the high here? All right, guys, maybe watch. How much room does this AMBC have? Ambac Financial Group. How much room does it have? Yesterday's not that much. See, it's not a great looking daily chart. Not a great looking weekly chart. The high yesterday was around 15, so it doesn't have that much room to move, even if it wanted to move. Plus, the market is starting to drift down again, so this has definitely bucked the trend, though. It's a financial that is up. Twitter address for the TI site? I don't really know. I don't. There are a bunch of us who on Twitter. I don't know if there's an official Trade Ideas. Well, William, I don't know if you're still in it, but don't know. I'm the worst one for social media. I do have a Twitter account, but I refuse to go on Facebook, and I just don't have the time. I don't. I'm sure we must be on Facebook. Oh, look at, and you know what the interesting thing? Look at the volume that came in. That's the biggest. Could be the biggest 5 minute bar of the day. Certainly in the last little while. I'm sure we do have a Facebook homepage. We must. I can't imagine we don't. I've never seen it. Well, this one turned out to be a bunch of do about nothing. Look at this. MTSL got a 239 down to 115. It's now negative. Too much resistance here or support here, I think, for NLTX. So that's just kind of a no-go. So I'm just, oh, sorry, a lot of squeaking chairs, I know. I'm just going to bide my time. Marketing meeting starts in about 10 minutes, so. What is this one doing? DYAI. DYAI. This is up to 934 yesterday. Just kind of drifting here. Must have taken this as just to demonstrate how you can take a trade in the simulator. So one moment, please. All I'm going to do is really just wait for something to happen in here. If anything happens in here, I might get interested. This will be, anything happening in this window will be the first time it gets alerted for the day. So I'm just going to wait and see if anything pops in here. The last time was 12:12, so quite a while ago. I'm gonna try something here. Okay, I'm gonna try something. Okay, that might work. Are you talking about these two here? It doesn't have AMBAC on it now, but were you talking about these two? Okay, yeah, this is just, so the single stock window, you have to have the single stock window. Then if you click on similar and competitors, and what I did was I duplicated this window twice, duplicated it twice, right click, duplicate, put it here and here, duplicated it twice. And then I sort on the change from the close column both ways, so I can see the one, this, now, so what this is doing, this is comparing stocks within the same sector. So I'm showing right here, I'm showing the stocks at the top of the sector. And here I sort it the other way, showing stocks at the bottom of the sector. Bottom meaning the ones that are down the most in the sector on a percentage basis. What is the slip button on the right? Are you talking about this, the competitors and price action? That's what it is. So there's two ways to have this. Competitors is going to show you within the same sector. And price action, in theory, is going to show you stocks that are exhibiting the same type of price action. I think it needs more work. I think ultimately it could be an awesome tool, but I think it just needs more work. So that's why I leave it on the competitors. Now, Danny, you see, this is just me. I'm not a big technical indicator guy. The only indicator I really look at is the 200-day on the daily chart. I don't look at it on any time frame, but that is just me. Okay, I'm not saying that's what you should do or anybody else should do. I am just more a guy who's price and volume. Okay, but I'm totally and the VWAP. You know, I'll be aware of where the VWAP is too. But I will, but yeah, the only real technical indicator. I mean, look at PHR. Look what it's doing. Will this hold? It's sitting right on top of the 200 day. So I'm aware of where that is. No, there are no third party add-ons to TI. No, that I do know. I mean, I know there'll be people that'll look at maybe the 200 on the 30-minute chart. I think maybe even Real does that. But again, that's. Oh no, I always have to say it. It's just me. That's just how I trade. When I first started trading, I used to have way more indicators, and I just got way too confused. And I don't know how many years ago, I just started deleting them all, and I just have very clean charts. But again, this is not a recommendation. Yeah, I mean, I'm way more just these. That's why you constantly hear me nag you guys about the daily, the weekly, and the monthly charts. They tell a huge picture. That's why when people ask me, "What do you think of this?" First thing I'm looking at it. If I look at a daily and I see this, I go, "Ugh," you know. Trying maybe to come up with a little more of a technical term, but I when I see stocks that or charts that look like this, I'm not look. They could have tremendous runs, but I just find them too hard to look at, and so I usually just pass. This is way better. I mean, look at the potential room this has got. Hua. There's the 200 day. It's close. It's within $2. I wish that weren't there, but I mean, look, a lot cleaner. It's out of all this mess, all this choppy mess today anyway. As an example. Well, that'll be because Wafu obviously had on conservative. Everything else would be negative but on conservative, getting out when the AI got out, basically was made because of that one trade and two, the MyGen and also but the Wafu getting out where it got out at 938 from 788 in conservative mode. The rest are probably kind of washes. All right, guys, this marketing meeting is going to start pretty soon, so we get set up for it. Well, I have, I mean, using the View app, it is not so much really on my charts. I mean, I suppose I could put it, I mainly have it up here so I can glance at it. So when I click on an alert, you know, I'm always glancing here anyway, so why not just glance to see where the View app is, okay? As an example. All right, guys, I'm going to put myself on mute now. I mean, the marketing meeting is going to start. All right, guys, sorry about that. I'm now back in both rooms. And yeah, we asked, the question was why AMBC? Well, again, it's nothing spectacular, but there was an alert at 1479, got up to 1531. Excuse me, not terrible. I'm looking at this one kind of intrigued me. I thought maybe because it's this, one of these bios, it didn't really jump. The other thing is that no volume on those moves, so I'm waiting for one. Like this one could have been one, but it didn't have any volume. SMHI, it just didn't really have, like, I'm looking for one that has this big volume pop too. So when you say, where can I find a scanner here? Sorry, you're new here. Okay, so Bunty, you are a Trade Idea subscriber? Guys can hear me, right? Okay, so I'm just, all right, just asking Bunty. He asked a question where he can find a Trade Idea scanner. And if he's still around, well, anybody else who's interested in a Trade Ideas scanner, of course, you have to be a member of Trade Ideas, but I'm sharing a lot of scans right here. That's that room drive icon. Again, it looks like a half open folder. Just click on that, scans that I share. Click on download. It'll go to a Word document. And then you can copy, you'll see all the scans. You can copy the link and then load it from the cloud. You can also check all my scans out right here, scans. On the scans tab, they're all here. So you could copy a link here if you wanted to instead. And then the links, I'll go over the subscription link right now again, one more time. So there's a subscription link. There's a promo code, Barry for Alpha, 15% off the first month only or the entire year. Click on the link right there, subscription pricing. You'll be brought to this page. These are the 4 plans basically. The premium yearly, $22.68 a year minus the 15%. $10.68 a year minus the 15% for the standard plan. If you're buying premium, it's because you want the AI. Kind of an interesting day for the AI, especially early in the WAFU trade. At one point, this was almost up 100%. Of course, it's collapsed since then, but MyGen actually was pretty good all day. But that is, if you're going to get our premium service, that's why you want to see our AI in action all day long. Standard, you don't have to start off with a annual plan. You can start off with a standard monthly. Try us out. $118 a month less the 15%. Or the premium, $228 less the 15%. And again, that discount's only good for the first month on a monthly basis. And some of the other links, Trade of the Week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. It's a free service. Brokerage Plus, if you do have Interactive Brokers and you want to trade your account using Interactive Brokers and this Brokerage Plus window, please click on that video, about 28 minutes long, done by Malcolm Noss, who is really our expert in B Plus and IB combined. I do a daily video between 1:50 and 1:45 every day. You can sign up for it there. There is a download link for the latest trade ideas. 20 short video lessons. Excellent short videos for those of you who are brand new to Trade Ideas. You click on that link right there. This is what you'll see. Basically going over all probably the standard features, how to use Trade Ideas. And at the end here, some more information about Brokerage Plus. Then we have the general training link, which has that 20 and 20, but it also has other information, other training that we do have, plus the webinars. The webinars, Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time, and they're all archived. And let's see, the next test drive sign up. So if you click on that link, you'll be brought to, I guess I got rid of it. So we do this, usually we do this 4 times a year. That's what we've done in the past. So if this holds true to form, we'll be doing the next one sometime in August. For $8.99, you'll have access to our full premium service for up to 10 trading days. So if you fill this in, you'll get an email and it'll let you know exactly when the next test drive is going to start. This Brokers Plus that you see here, this is can be used 2 ways. I demonstrate simulated trading all day long. I'm going to try to do a few more tomorrow. But excellent way. If you're a new trader, excellent way for you to start. Okay, this is paper trading, simulated trading. Uses our real-time data. Okay, doesn't matter what broker you have, it's using our real-time data. So it's all real-time, and you can practice trading. This is what you see here. This is not so much practice trading as I was demonstrating how you can take a trade. Does that make sense? Not that often. Not that often in terms of taking trades between 3 and 4. I shut the room down. Wow, look at the market now. Another leg down. Whoa. Yes, you can, yeah, you can simulate. You have to have a premium service. Yes, you have to have a premium service. You know that because then you'll have access to the AI. And then you can simulate the trades. But you don't have to buy Brokers Plus. I think that's what you meant, right? You don't have to buy Brokers Plus. Yes. Yeah, you can use the simulator. Okay, so I don't know if you're talking to me, Tim. I am not a power user of Interactive Brokers, okay? I probably 3.5 years into my subscription. I think I had to contact them once in the first week. I haven't talked to them since. I don't use their charts, not because I don't want to. I have the Trade Ideas charts. Um, I have I have the basic order entry screen up and running. I have time and sales, and that's it. That's all I need. So it's just to me, it's just a commodity. I know some people get a little bent head of shape about, oh, it's too hard to use. It's this and that. I mean, I never found it hard to use. Like anything else that's new, you have to, just make sure you know what you're doing when you're in their order entry. But I don't find it hard to use at all. Well, when you say duplicate the trades, are you talking about auto trading? As I say, you can do the simulation. No, no. Okay, when you say, can you duplicate the trades Holly takes if you wish? Sure, of course. Yeah, I mean, here they are. So you can just, you know, if you're linked to an Interactive Broker or any broker, if you're linked to any broker, you just click on the alert. It'll load into your broker's platform, and then you can trade it right from your broker's platform. If you don't have, if you have Interactive Brokers and you want to use, okay, yeah, it makes sense. Okay. I know it's a little confusing sometimes. You don't need Brokerage Plus to trade. It's a nice little add-on feature. It's a great way for those of you who are new to trading to use to use our, paper trading module. But you don't have to have Brokerage Plus to trade. Tim, I agree. I think that it's, I don't even want to call it retro because I don't think they've done it on purpose. I just think, obviously, I think everything could be given a sweep and definitely an upgrade. But I guess I just don't care. A facelift, that's the word I wanted. I just don't care, because it's while it would be kind of pretty to look at, I guess, but can they make this a little prettier? I guess they could, but I don't care. you know. I have too many other things that I'm as long as trade ideas looks good to me, that's all I care about. It's just to me, having a brokerage platform, it's just a commodity. It's I need a brokerage platform to trade. That's it. But I really don't spend that much time. I guess that's the thing. I don't spend that much time on the platform ever, and I never would. I don't care how pretty the platform would look like. I just don't spend. I would never spend that much time on the platform. I just needed to execute my trades and move on. TNXP. Okay, let's see TNXP. Yeah, there is. Ah, it's under $1. That's why I'm not seeing it here. None other. Only Interactive Brokers. To use this Brokerage Plus window. Don't confuse linking the AI. Okay, just like I said here, we have this external linking tool. Okay, external linking tools, external linking. What this allows you to do, it's just a time saver. We link with many brokerage platforms. Linking in that, when you click on a symbol, it'll load into your order entry. That's it. Okay? It's just, if you're clicking on a lot of symbols all day long, it's just a great time saver. It's not going to trade it for you. It's not going to do anything. It's just going to load the symbol into the order entry box. And then, so you don't have to type it in. That's what linking, so when you say what other brokerage can link to AI, I'm not, unless you're talking about, trading like this, where you can set up your own little, here's where you need an Interactive Brokers account, okay, in order to do this. But this is not mandatory you do this. Does that make sense? Hello, Affles. Does that make sense? Well, I mean, if you wanted to mirror the trades, take them all, almost when you get the alert, just, you click on it. I don't know what brokerage platform you've got, and then just trade it. You may be a couple of pennies away, but it's not going to be the end of the world. I mean, today there were only there were only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 trades. Many times we get an alert. Many times we get an alert, and the stock and the price might go down from the actual alert and then come back up. So, I wouldn't get too. I'm not talking to you specifically, but people get, well, man, if I'm not auto trading, I'm going to miss 2 cents or something, 3 cents. They're not designed, to only get 2 or 3 cents in the trade. How do we get daily alerts and calls? Well, you have to subscribe. Okay, there's no such thing as daily alerts and calls. Apples, I'm not sure. Are you a subscriber to Trade Ideas? It adds nothing to the stock price. Brokerage plus costs only if, and I keep hating to say this, if you wanted to auto trade all of these AI alerts as they come in, auto trading, then that's the only time Brokerage Plus costs something. Otherwise, it's part of the service. So I don't understand. If you're a subscriber, how do we get daily alerts and calls and you are a subscriber? I mean, are you talking about like a text-based or something like that, which we don't have yet? Is that what you're talking about? Or, I mean, you can obviously get your own daily alerts and by creating your own scans. Okay, so we don't do text alerts. Okay, we're not really set up for that. And in the room you're in, this is not a room where I'm going to tell you to buy and sell stocks all day long. If I'm going to be taking a trade, I'm usually normally what happens is I say, guys, I'm interested in this. I'm interested in this. Is kind of the level I'm interested in, but I'm not going to say, okay, guys, everybody should take this trade. I will say when getting in the trade and all, and then you have to manage the trade. I'm not going to tell anybody when to get in or get out. The purpose of this room is for me to try to help people understand how to use trade ideas. Plus, of course, generating ideas, not just from myself. We've got a lot of great traders in the room. So you can kind of follow along and see what they're saying. But it's not, you're not paying me to tell you what to buy and sell all day long. No. Yeah, I don't know. I'm sure maybe in March there might have been a day like today, maybe. But so far, we have not had two consecutive green 15-minute candles today. We came close here, but we have not had two consecutive green candles today on the 15-minute chart. No, I don't very much we're going to get anything in here that could be actionable. And my charts are slowing down right now. I don't very much. Not on a day like today. Not now that we're down almost 1,700. Be really interesting to see what sort of day we have tomorrow. If we're going to have another continuation. Do we rest on that 300? Man, we're getting close, guys. We're getting very close to that 200-day moving average. Yeah, if we'd had a bigger down day yesterday, I mean, it was down, but remember, that was the first down day. Now, this is a big one, but look at that. I mean, that to me, right there, 383. We're not that far away. I never, well, I shouldn't say never, but I did not think it would get down to the 200-day moving average, but it looks like it could easily do that. But, or will that hold it? Meanwhile, our friend Real is just getting pummeled here. I look at my trading day and one short and 1, 2, 3, and we'll Celdex a couple of times, 3 longs, on a day where the market's down 1,700. All right, guys. Well, I'll be shutting down around 3. Well, the delay date is about 20 minutes delayed, so I mean it's there are no charts. I mean it's not trying to. I mean you can use it, but I don't think how I don't see how effective it would be. No charts. No, it wasn't an AI alert. No, it was I'll call it a me alert. Mainly because a lot of us in the room traded it yesterday, late yesterday afternoon. So I had it thumbnailed. So this was something that I wanted to watch. And so early, and then Real pointed out, a potential liftoff again later on. Yeah. Well, that is your classic, as we call them, the classic alpha stock. Not caring what the rest of the market's doing, not caring what his sector is doing, and not caring what the rest of the market is doing. Oh, yeah. Probably alpha squared. You're right. Yeah, I doubt we're going to get anything in this. Well, I better put a price alert for the SPY right at the 200-day moving average. 300.83, or yeah, 300. Oops. All right, guys. You're a brave man. Hey, Goods. I thought I saw you earlier, right on time, a little earlier today. Yes, I remember. I do remember seeing you. You're a brave man. You know they've done a financing. I'm sure you know that. Though I don't know. I don't know if they've actually indicated the price. I only saw 60 million shares. Just trying to see where that was. I'm pretty sure it was 60 million shares, but I don't think they have announced the financing price. Was it 60? Okay. And now it's official. We have not even gold is positive. Not one sector, and these guys anyway, are positive, or is positive. Boy, look at Celdex. Comeback kid again. SCLDX. Look at this. And look at the volume that's coming in. Look at that volume. Not over. I mean, declining volume, down, 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 boom. And what time is it? So another minute for this candle to close. Huh, what a pop. 7:33 to 8. And that's it. 3 o'clock, guys. All right. Are there any other questions? If there are, we'll stick around. Otherwise, I will shut it down for the day. Yeah, even I can see that. Now pull back to the 15. Yeah, I see the 8 EMA right there. All right, guys, I see no other questions. So thanks for all the help, participation, etc., etc. You too, Autolycus, in the YouTube feed. And we shall see you tomorrow. I'll open the room tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern Time. So I hope everybody has a great evening. And again, we'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.